Number 3 of our 2026 Fendt High Stakes Series. Tonight we are at the Darana Motorsports Park here in Benson, North Carolina. Stop number 1, we were at the Darana Speedway in West Salem, Ohio in June, and also at the 300 Raceway in Farley, Iowa. And we are so glad to be here in Benson, North Carolina tonight. 8 classes of pulling. All 8 classes, the winners will get $10,000, giving away $80,000 tonight to the winners, $80,000 tomorrow night. We are going to have exciting pulling action here, and we're all going to be getting underway here shortly. We're doing the final scuffing of the track on both tracks. Over here on the announcer side, the weight transfer device that we will be using will be the Decision Maker sled with the Rural King wrap on it. Rural King is the official farm and home store of the Pro Pulling League. Whether you're working the farm, fixing up the homestead, or just enjoying a night at the pull, Rural King is here for rural families. And as I mentioned, Rural King, proud to be the official farm and home store of the IHRA Pro Pulling League. That is the sled that we'll be using over here on the grandstand side for class number 1. Meanwhile, over on the opposite side, the X Factor sled from Vanguard Motorsports from Jefferson City, Missouri, with the Fendt wrap on it. So when we talk about our tracks, how we will identify our tracks is either with the Fendt sled or with the Rural King sled. And of course, when we bring our mini rod tractors out here, we will be changing from the big sled to the small sled. Okay, at this time, if we can have everyone please rise as we honor America with the singing of our national anthem. Tonight's anthem will be performed by Kaya Braxton.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
That was amazing. Kaya Braxton with our national anthem. Well, good evening, everybody, and once again, welcome to the Darana Motorsports Park here in Benson, North Carolina. My name is Leroy Schluter, along with Darren Hartwell. Darren, we're going to get it in.
Yes, sir. Let's roll.
Yeah, how about that? Thank you for your patience, folks, and we want to welcome those that are here in attendance tonight and also welcome those who are watching on our live stream. If you know someone who wanted to be here tonight and couldn't make it, or maybe they got scared off due to the weather, tell them to go to the YouTube channel for either IHRA or the YouTube channel for the Pro Polling League, or they can go to propolling.tv, or they can also go to our Facebook pages. Many, many ways to catch the polling action here tonight, and it's free on our live stream. So I do have to make an announcement. The live streaming and or recording of IHRA Pro Polling Series events and Fendt High Stakes Series events is prohibited. Live events may not be broadcast, transmitted, reproduced, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the expressed written consent of the IHRA Pro Polling Series. All right, Darren, looks like we are getting ready to go. First class up over here on our announcer side will be our 9,500-pound limited pro stock tractors. These are presented by the big St. Charles Motorsports. Brad Holzhauer and his group from St. Charles, Missouri has the big St. Charles Motorsports, and proud to be a sponsor all season long of our 9,500-pound limited pro stock tractors. The decision maker sled is the weight transfer device we're using over here on our grandstand side. Tyler Audette, Bridport, Vermont. He will be our Hypermax test puller with purebred red. All right, let's go pulling, folks. Purebred red, Tyler Audette, Bridport, Vermont. From our track official, Jackie Kometz, we will have a sled reset. He was hauling the mail, Darren.
After a rain delay like that, you know, to be able to come out and make a pass like that, unfortunately, we're going to have to reset, but good to see some great action. Tyler Audette, a third-generation farmer from the state of Vermont.
Yeah, Bridport, Vermont. And, well, the laser says 373 and change, but as you could see, our track official down there, Jackie Kometz, was throwing the red flag when he got about the 340, 350-foot mark, and he was still hammered down. All right, over on our Fendt sled, on our X-Factor Bungart Motorsports sled, our Hypermax test puller will be Casey Fritz. Casey comes to us from the state of Wisconsin, Boscobel, Wisconsin, in the Twisted Deer. we're going to have the same situation over on our Fendt sled. You can see our track official at the finish line, Jerry Nelson, throwing the red flag at the Twisted Deer of Casey Fritz. That just tells me we built a power track.
Yeah, that rain shower may have actually helped our track and made it even better. The crew out here have been working really hard on putting together a really good track, and it looks like they succeeded, Leroy.
Well, the laser shoots them at 354 and change, but as I mentioned, you can see Jerry Nelson. He was flagging him. He was throwing the red flag, so we will have a sled reset on both sides and restart the class.
We're going to go back over to our 4.1 side as we see the officials looking at the sled over on this track at Big St. Charles Motorsports, who are power sports enthusiasts. And we are excited to help you experience the fun and adventure that a quality Can-Am Ski-Doo, Sea-Doo vehicle can bring into your life. We're a power sports dealership serving the St. Charles, Missouri area, offering the best in new and pre-owned motorcycle and other power sports vehicles. Our friendly and knowledgeable sales, financing, service, and parts departments are all ready to offer outstanding service at every point, from assisting while you're making your choice to ongoing maintenance and customization. At Big St. Charles Motorsports, we value the opportunity to create a long-term relationship with our customers, and we do that by making sure to exceed your expectations. Contact us today at 636-203-7890 or online at BigStCharlesMotorsports.com.
All right. On our grandstand side, on our announcer side, the Ruthless Binder, Doug Ruth. We will have a husband and wife pulling team in this class. This is the Ruthless Binder from Downing, Missouri. A little bit later in the class, we will see Dee Ruth, Doug's wife, with two Ruthless. Once again, no official distance on our 9,500-pound limited pro stock. Since we restarted the class, Doug Ruth will be our new option puller, or option puller all season long, presented by Hypermax. So no official distance in our 9,500-pound limited pro stocks. Green flag from our track officials. Green light on the decision maker sled from the Show Me State from Downing, Missouri. Doug Ruth and the Ruthless Binder. For the decision maker sled gets him stopped. If you notice, if you were watching a sled as it was going down the track, that box topped out, I would say about the 225, 250 mark, and then it was up to the grouser bars. Then that pan is going down into the track, and those grouser bars beneath that pan is what's getting that tractor stopped.
So for those folks who are new to tractor pulling, the goal of our event is to pull that sled farther down this track than anyone else in our class. Speed is important because it creates momentum, but speed is not the most important thing. We worry about distance here. And Leroy's got a distance over on our 4-1 track.
Yes, 355.73, 355.73 for Doug Ruth and the Ruthless Binder. And they tell us two things. Number one, we're going to leave the sled set as is. And number two, Doug is going to take that hook. He is going to accept that hook. So we are official. So over here on our announcer side track, Doug Ruth, the Ruthless Binder, 355.73. All right, we did a sled reset on the Fendt sled, on the green sled. So that should bring in Jesse Roberts. Yeah, over here in our 95 Limited Pro Stock class, we have a husband and wife pulling team. And the Super Farm side, we got a father and son pulling team. Sometimes we see Jeremy Roberts, the dad, driving the tractor. And tonight, I believe Jesse Roberts will be behind the wheel of the Wicked Whitetail. The Wicked Whitetail comes to us from Sullivan, Indiana. As you can see, if you're here in attendance, the SkyTrack with another weight they're going to throw in the box. Each one of those suitcase weights about 2,000 pounds. So while we reset the Fendt sled, let's come back over here on our Rural King sled. And from North Bangor, New York, Joey St. Mary and a Cowboy Cadillac. And the leader pylon sitting down there at 355.73, courtesy of Doug Ruth and the Ruthless Binder. Darren, did I say it right? Did I say the town right? North Bangor, New York?
Correct. That is correct. The St. Mary family came up and told us that it's Bangor, like as in Bangor, Maine.
Not Banger. Not Banger.
No, Bangor.
Yeah,
it's
Bangor.
not a song that really gets you moving and grooving. It's Bangor.
It only took us, maybe you were getting it correct. Me, no, not so much. It only took 3 events to get it correct. But nonetheless,
this is the halfway point of the Fendt High Stakes Series. Stop number 3.
All right, from the Empire State, from North Bangor, New York, Joey St. Mary and the Cowboy Cadillac. He had a head of steam going, and it's like the fire just went out about the 300-foot mark or so.
So a little bit about our 4-1 Limited Pro Stock tractors. They weigh in at 9,500 pounds, have a 20-inch drawbar, an OEM ag chassis, no component chassis allowed in this class, and are limited to 640 cubic inches and a 4.1-inch air inlet. So that's why we call it the 4-1 class.
And the distance on Joey St. Mary, 330.30, 330 feet, .30 for the Cowboy Cadillac out of New York. All right, let's restart over on our Super Farm side. Our Super Farm tractors presented by Hot Shot Secret and also Apex Turbo. Our new test puller, our option puller, Jesse Roberts, Sullivan, Indiana. Our option puller presented by Hypermax Engineering.
The move from Illinois to Pennsylvania,
Yeah.
Washington, PA, now calling Hypermax home.
The Wicked Whitetail. There for the Wicked Whitetail, Jesse Roberts. Same thing over on that side, that weight transfer box all the way up to the front of the rail, and then that pan drops and those grouser bars drag it into the track. So we have a distance. We are going to see if Jesse is going to accept that hook. They tell us we're going to leave the sled set as is, and Jesse Roberts is going to take that hook. So we're going to put the leader pylon, as you can see, Jerry Nelson over there, putting the leader pylon at a distance of 315.22, 315.22. That's going to be the mark to beat on our Super Farm side on the Fendt track. Moving back over here on the announcer side on our Rural King sled, Dean Hollicky. He comes to us from the land of 10,000 Lakes, Waterville, Minnesota, and killing time. Coming into tonight, he is sitting number 2 in our points for this series. If you were either at Farley, Iowa, or watching a live stream from Farley, Iowa, this is the tractor that was our Friday night winner. Dean pulling a 95 Limited Pro Stock right now, but that's just one of many vehicles, different vehicles that Dean's been pulling over the years. On Dean Hollicky, killing time, 3:00.71, 300 feet, .71 for Dean. All right, moving back over on our Super Farm side, Brad Woods, Thunderstruck. He's from Jackson, Tennessee. Brad Woods was our 2024 points champion. He is currently tied for number 1 And our points for this year on our Fendt High Stakes Series. That leader pylon coming into tonight, him and the Screamin' Norwegian was tied at number 1 in our Fendt High Stakes Series points. At 18, 309 feet, .18. So he will not take over the lead. The Wicked Whitetail Jesse Roberts will continue to set the bar at 315 and 22 on our Super Farm side with the Fendt sled. Back over here on our Rural King sled, the 95 Limited Pro Stocks presented by Big St. Charles Motorsports. Bad to the bone, Patrick Payne from Finger, Tennessee. Bad to the bone, Patrick Payne, Finger, Tennessee. So each competitor gets 2 opportunities to move that sled past the 100-foot mark. And that was opportunity number 1 for Patrick Payne. So we're going to pull that Rural King sled back to the start line, reset the laser, and give him another shot at it. While we're doing that, Dan Vinny is backing in the sled on our Fendt sled on the Super Farm side. Dan Vinny from Cottage Grove, Wisconsin. Let's go green once again. Patrick Payne, Finger, Tennessee, bad to the bone. Unfortunately, that is where the laser is going to have to shoot the distance here tonight for Patrick Payne. And that distance is 73 feet, .59, 73 and 59 for Patrick Payne.
Friday night winners in Barley, Iowa. We've got one coming up over on the Super Farm side.
That's right, Dan Vinny. Dan Vinny. He is currently sitting in a tie for number 3 on the points with Brian Barman. We'll see Brian later in the class, but Dan Vinny right now, as Darren mentioned, he was our Friday night winner. The Iowa. Current lead on our Super Farm track, 3:15 and 22, courtesy of Jesse Roberts. Dan Vinny is going to crank it up. Cottage Grove, Wisconsin. From up here, it looks like we might be moving that leader pylon. Did he get past Jesse Roberts?
Yeah, that was a really good pass for that international. Trying to make it 2 wins on the young Fendt High Stakes Series tour.
$15 and change. He does that. 3:16 and 43. So as you can see, Jerry Nelson moving that leader pylon. The new mark to beat, 316 feet, .43, courtesy of Dan Vinny, and crank it up. Meanwhile, back over here, announcer side with the Rural King sled, we're going to be looking at Alex Hazard. He's got the Red Express from Winnebago, Illinois. The Red Express currently sitting number 3 in points. Sometimes we see a father and son pulling this tractor, Ray Heron and Jordan Heron. And also Alex Hazard takes his turn. Alex behind the wheel tonight. Alex Hazard from Winnebago, Illinois, and the Red Express. They campaign this tractor a lot with the PPL organization, the Badger State Tractors. Oh, Doug Ruth has got the lead right now, 3:55.73. Could the Red Express be challenging that? Nice pass right there. Alex Hazard, Winnebago, Illinois. $158.16, the new leader. 3, 5, 8, and 16. So the Red Express takes over that top spot on our 95 Limited Pro Stocks. All right, the other side, here we go, the Fast and Furious, James Slama. He's going to be close to that leader pylon as well. James Slama, Fast and Furious, Hillsboro, Wisconsin. Fast and Furious, 3-time points champion with the PPL in 2007, 2008, and 2016. And the Slama family, as you probably know, they are the promoters of the Hillsboro Charity Pull, which is a must-attend event. 317.55, new leader also on the Fendt side, on the Hot Shot Secret Super Farm tractors. 317.55 is going to be the new mark to beat. Talking about that Hillsboro Charity Pull, August 14th and 15th, 2026, Hillsboro, Wisconsin. It has been a 7-time PPL event of the year. Put that on your bucket list to attend. All right, here we go. Back over here, announcer side, the 95 Limited Pro Stocks on the Rural King sled. Josh Dutton, Darien, Wisconsin. Time for one more. A little bit of play on words since this is the 4-1 class.
Absolutely. I think that's a really cool, creative name on this next tractor here.
This 9,500-pound Limited Pro Stock class, quite often, it's called the 4-1 class, and the reason for that is the size of that turbocharger. You got 4.1 on the inlet side and 4.5 on the back side. So if you ever hear anyone referring to the 4-1 class, they're referring to the 9,500-pound Limited Pro Stock tractors due to the size of that turbocharger. All right, time for one more. Josh Dutton, Darien, Wisconsin. Nice pass right there for Josh. Looks like he is going to wind up a little bit short of that leading distance laid down by Alex Hazard. Leader pylon sitting at 3:58.16. Meanwhile, backed into the business end of the Fendt sled, Justin Johnson on the screaming Norwegian from Cottage Grove, Wisconsin. 3:33.53 over here on this side. 3:33.53. All right, the screaming Norwegian, Justin Johnson, Cottage Grove, Wisconsin, on our Super Farm side. Top champion in 2013, 2015, and 2018. Justin Johnson doing the driving tonight from Cottage Grove, Wisconsin.
So over on the Super Farm side, those tractors weigh in at 9,300 pounds, 20-inch drawbar, 640 cubic inch limit. They do run a 3-inch turbo on those, so that's the big difference between the Super Farm tractors and the Limited Pro is the size of that turbo.
3:13 and 34 on our Super Farm side for the Screaming Norwegian. 3:13 and 34. So real quick rundown right now on our Super Farm side. Wicked Whitetail right now. Fast and Furious, let me correct myself. Fast and Furious sitting number 1 at 3:17.55. Crank It Up, Dan Vinny sitting number 2, 3:16.43. And the Wicked Whitetail currently number 3 at 3:15.22. Meanwhile, over here on our 4-1 trackers, our 95 Limited Pros, Alex Hazard, Red Express, number 1 at 3:58.16. Doug Ruth, number 2 at 3:55.73. And Josh Dutton sitting number 3 at 3:33.53. Well, speaking of Doug Ruth, here is his better half, D. Ruth, and 2 Ruthless. D. Ruth also from Downing, Missouri. Yeah, that would be unusual if the husband is from one town and the wife is from the other, right? So that makes sense that both Doug Ruth and D. Ruth are from Downing, Missouri. Leader pylon over here sitting at 3:58.16. Let's go green. D. Ruth and the 2 Ruthless International, Downing, Missouri. Nice pass right there for D. That is a beautiful looking tractor. It's just a clean look. I love those Wheatland fenders on there.
Yeah, definitely. And 3:58.16 is the leading distance over here on this track.
A pass at 3:44.51, which will put her in the number 3 spot, 3:44.51. Super Farm side, Jacob St. Mary in the 4th generation. You get past that leader pylon. Over on the 95 Limited Pro Stock side, earlier in the class we saw Joey St. Mary in the Cowboy Cadillac. Well, this is Jacob St. Mary, also from North Bangor, New York, the 4th generation IH. Leader 3:22.26, the 4th generation IH from North Bangor, New York, Jacob St. Mary. He's going to bump that leader pylon out 0.26 as we look at the replay on the big screen. You know, we were talking about the beautiful tractor of D. Ruth. How about the beautiful look of that International right there, Darren?
Yeah, definitely, folks. We encourage you, if you're coming out to a pull in person, get here early. Come out, talk to the pullers, walk through the pits. You can talk to your favorite pullers and get up close and personal with these machines. And I mean, it's like going to a car show, looking at the beautiful designs, the paint job, the engineering that goes into these pulling vehicles.
All right. History maker backing in the sled, the business end over here on our Limited Pro Stocks. When I say history, he won the first $10,000 check in this series. We're talking about John Coots and the Diggin' Deer. He was winner on Friday night in West Salem, Ohio. He is currently our points leader coming into this weekend here in Benson, North Carolina. He followed up the win in West Salem, Ohio with a second place finish on Saturday night in Farley, Iowa. So here we go, the Diggin' Deer. John Coots, he comes to us from Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin. Again, he would transfer some of that weight to the front end. It looked like he was a little bit light on the front end, and every time that front end came up and he got on his wheelie bars, that just killed the momentum. That's going to cost him some distance there for John Coots out of Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin. 3:12.
A new turbo for Farley. Brian, how much difference did that make for you on the track?
Oh, I think it made a lot of difference. I would say we probably gained a good 50 to 100 horse out of it.
Okay, so what do? You're in the seat, and all of a sudden, your tractor's got a little bit more life in it. I mean, does it kind of keep you on your toes? How are you driving it a little different?
Oh, it definitely does. It makes the gear selection a big difference. It was a tough call to put it in the gear we did Saturday night. So.
But you made that call, and so do you feel like you're more familiar with it now, or is it going to be more tough calls this weekend?
Oh, I think with this track, I think it might be some more tough calls. We did a little test pull at home and tried another gear, and it seemed to work pretty good. So I think we're on the right track.
The front of that Fendt sled past that leader pylon.
So, folks, if you wonder where we measure from the front of the sled, the buckboard, where you see the American flag. That's where we measure from, is the front of the sled.
Dahl, the hooked up international on the sled in Farley, Iowa. He was our winner. Well, he takes the lead tonight, 3:26:41. Jerry Nelson picking up that leader pylon and moving it down to 326 feet, .41, courtesy of Brian Barman and hooked up out of Middleton, Wisconsin. Back on the Rural King sled, Bridport, Vermont. Utter obsession, Nick Audette. We saw Tyler Audette at the start of the class, and we reset the sled. He went 370 something and change, so we did a sled reset with Tyler Audette, purebred red. Here's the other part of their pulling team, Utter Obsession, Nick Audette, also from Bridport, Vermont. Red Express, Alex Hazard continues to set the lead at 3:58:16. I think we are going to be moving that leader flag. Jackie was on the run. Jackie was backpedaling, and the sled is going to get him stopped, I think, well in excess of that 3:58 leading mark that Alex Hazard has. How about 370 feet, .27, 370 and 27. That's going to be the new mark to meet.
Tried something different. Started over on the left-hand side of the track and then drifted towards the center and rode that line out to 370 to take the lead big time.
Case IH out of Francisco, Indiana. Josh Miley, four-time points champion, back-to-back, 2020, 2021, 2022, and 2023. And I think he's going to end up. He goes 3:15 and 52, 315 feet, .52 for the high maintenance. Case IH out of Francisco, Indiana, Josh Miley. All right, back over here on our Rural King sled. Justin Smith, Bell, Missouri, and Moody.
And sled pulling or looking to join the competitive drag racing or snowmobile circuit. Apex Turbo's dyno-tested technology delivers the power you need with many models available. Apex Turbo's innovative design sold several U.S. and foreign patents with additional domestic and international patents pending. The team at Apex Turbo agrees that they could not have done it without the relentless drive for improvement they receive from their clients. With dedication to the craft and a winning attitude, the people at Apex Turbo are in your corner when you're looking to add power and speed when you need it most. For more information about high-performance turbochargers from the experts at Apex Turbo, please contact us or call us directly at 734-777-1380.
Yeah, we want to thank Apex Turbo being one of our title sponsors of our Super Farm tractors all season long. Meanwhile, back over here on our 9,500-pound limited pro stocks from the Show Me State, from Bell, Missouri, Justin Smith and Moody. That new lead, 370 feet and change, courtesy of Nick Audette. Right there for Justin Smith. And the Moody International out of to 0.95, 320 and 95. Super Farm side. Nice run for the Thumpin' Pumpkin, Shane Maston out of Niles, Michigan. Shane Maston, our defending points champion in our Super Farm class. He was our 2025 champion when it was all said and done at the end of last year. Right there why he is the 2025 champion, because he just took the lead. 3:27 and 93, the new mark to beat. 327 feet, .93. So we picked up that leader pylon and moved it on down the track about a foot or so. So 327.93.
The only AGCO in the class from down there in the southwest corner of Michigan. That's down right on the Indiana border, down towards Lake Michigan, right in southern Michigan.
All right, we got 13 of our 9,500-pound limited pro stocks here this evening. We have seen 10 of them. 3 to go. This is the Hellraiser International Edition. Henry DeBicheret, Benson's, Indiana. Then we will see John Meyer Jr. with the Meyer Performance R&D. Then we will wrap up the class with Purebred Red. Tyler Audette was our first puller, and then we had the sled reset. So we'll bring Tyler Audette. He'll be our final puller in the class. But right now, hooked up to the business end of the Rural King Decision Maker sled from Benson's, Indiana, Henry DeBicheret, and the Hellraiser International Edition. Once again, the leading distance. I'm just saying, it's going to be a tough one to beat. 370 and 27. Nick Audette, Utter Obsession. That's where the leader pylon sits right now. Let's see what Henry DeBicheret has to say. The Hellraiser International Edition from Benson's, Indiana. Well, that leading distance of Utter Obsession, it's going to be safe for another pass there. He's going to have 2 more that he needs to avoid. We'll get the distance here on Henry DeBicheret, and while we're doing that, we'll let you know back into the sled on our Super Farm side. Trip Downing from Jefferson, Wisconsin, and homegrown. All right, right there, that was Trip Downing from Jefferson, Wisconsin, and homegrown. Meanwhile, on our 95 limited pro stock class, Henry DeBicheret, he lays down a pass of 327.13, which would put him in the number 7 spot. And on our Fendt sled, 306.29 for Trip Downing. And the homegrown John Deere out of Jefferson, Wisconsin, 306 and 29. 3 left over on our Super Farm side. Never Say Never, Brett Weber, Fort Branch, Indiana. Chuck Ginterberg, a Positive Ground out of Ryo, Wisconsin. And then Casey Fritz, the Twisted Deer out of Boscobel, Wisconsin. He was our first puller of the night over there. And then we did the sled reset, so we're having him drop to the bottom. Meanwhile, 95 limited pro stock tractors presented by Big St. Charles Motorsports. John Meyer Jr., the Meyer Performance R&D out of Broadhead, Wisconsin.
Fastest growing automotive lubricant manufacturer in the U.S. for a reason. They engineer high quality products that actually do what they say. See the entire line of products at HotShotsSecret.com. Products also available nationwide at automotive retailers, farm and ag stores, truck stops, and right here at the Darana Motorsports Park. Go see Matt Steinmetz and the crew from Hot Shots. They're right here behind the grandstand and the announcer's tower. And go see those folks. They'd be happy to talk to you.
John Meyer Jr. He is awful close down there to that leader pylon. Needed to get past 370 and change.
I think anybody would come close to that monster pass of Nick Audette.
The number 2 spot, 359 and 89, 359 feet, .89. 359.89 for John Meyer Jr. Super Farm side, never say never. Brett Weber, Fort Branch, Indiana. Green light on the X Factor Fendt sled. Green flag from our track officials. Brett Weber comes to us from Fort Branch, Indiana, down there, southern Indiana, down by the south of Benson, down there by the Hofstad area. .80, which will bring us back over here on our announcer side with one final puller. And Darren, we do know this. We do know an Audette is going to win because our current leader is Nick Audette with Utter Obsession, Bridport, Vermont, 370.27. And the only puller left to compete is Tyler Audette, Purebred Red, also from Bridport, Vermont. So an Audette is going to be taking home $10,000 tonight.
Yes, that will be a very happy trailer this evening.
One final puller left in our 9,500-pound limited pro stocks presented by Big St. Charles Motorsports. And then we will get the big sled moved out of the way and bring in the small sled for our mini rod tractors presented by SCS Gearbox. 16 mini rods here this evening. But first we have some unfinished business in our 9,500-pound limited pro stocks. Leader pylon is sitting at 370 feet, .27, courtesy of Nick Audette, Utter Obsession. Let's go green one final time. Tyler Audette, Purebred Red, Bridport, Vermont. Something for him. I thought he was going to get down there close to that leader flag, and then I think the decision maker sled made an alternate decision for him. .348 feet, .85, 348.85. We'll go down the rundown on our 95 Limited Pro Stocks right after we see Chuck Ginterberg, positive ground, Rio, Wisconsin. Ginterberg, he's from Rio, Wisconsin. He's a former points champion with the PPL. He was our very first winner in our Super Farm class when we started this Fendt High Stakes Series. He was the Friday night winner in West Salem, Ohio. He goes 313 even tonight, 313 even tonight. One final puller left in our Hot Shot Secret Super Farm tractors presented by Apex Turbo. That will be the Twisted Deer, Casey Fritz. Let's go to the 95 Limited Pro Stock results. 13 of them here tonight. The top 5. Number 5 will go to Purebred Red, Tyler Audette, Bridport, Vermont, 348.85. Number 4, Doug Ruth, the Ruthless Binder, Downing, Missouri. Doug goes 355.73. Our number 3 tractor, Alex Hazard, Winnebago, Illinois, the Red Express, with a hook of 358.16. Our runner-up, the Meyer Performance R&D, John Meyer Jr., Broadhead, Wisconsin, 359.89. And that $10,000 check going all the way up to Bridport, Vermont, Nick Audette. A monster pass of 370.27 with utter obsession. Congratulations, Nick Audette. He's our winner. Our Friday night winner here in our 9,500-pound Limited Pro Stock tractors presented by Big St. Charles Motorsports. Tell you what, Darren, that Audette family taking a number 1 and a number 5 tonight. They got to be happy about that.
Yeah, definitely. That's going to make that trip up I-95 a lot shorter back up to Bridport, Vermont. So we're moving into our SCS Gearbox Mini Modified class. These tractors weigh in at 2,050 pounds, 13-inch drawbar, 575 cubic inch engines. These engines can run superchargers or turbochargers. We do have one competitor that is running a turbocharger in this class. So very exciting class of mini modifieds.
Our mini rods all season long presented by SCS Gearbox. Darren will tell you all about SCS Gearbox here in just a second. But first, we got some unfinished business in our Super Farm side. Casey Fritz, Twisted Deer, will be our final puller. We already seen Casey once. He was our first puller of the night on our Super Farm side. Jerry Nelson flagged him because he had a head full of steam. Let's go green one final time on our Super Farm side from Bosco Bell, Wisconsin. The Twisted Deer, Casey Fritz, needs to get past the 327 mark. I'm sure Casey's saying, why couldn't we just leave the sled set as is and have me take my first hook, right?
Really good run, that first hook.
So we do know that our winner is going to be Shane Maston, the Thumpin' Pumpkin.
Yeah, all those green tractors, all those red tractors, and the orange one, the only orange one in the class, takes the win.
And Casey Fritz lays down a pass of 3:01 and 40, 301 feet, .40. 13 Super Farm tractors here tonight, our top 5. Number 5 will go to Dan Vinny. Crank it up. He comes from Cottage Grove, Wisconsin, 3:16.43. Number 4, Fast and Furious, James Slama. He's also from Wisconsin, Hillsboro, Wisconsin. Number 4 at 3:17.55. Our number 3 tractor, 4th generation, Jacob St. Mary, North Bangor, New York. He goes 3:22.26 to take the number 3 spot. Our runner-up, Brian Barman, hooked up. He goes 3:26 and 41, and our winner, just as Darren said, the only orange one, the only AGCO in the class, looks like a pumpkin, the Thumpin' Pumpkin, Shane Maston, Niles, Michigan, taking home the $10,000 check with a winning pass of 3:27 and 93. Congratulations, Shane Maston. All right, 16 mini rods here tonight. Our mini rod tractors. We got 16 of them here tonight. Puller number 1, the Kansas Twister, Logan Stevens, Lewisburg, Kansas.
The Stress Relief of Todd Boltman from Zeeland, Michigan.
Then Jeremy Smith, Firestorm, Medina, Ohio.
The Cash Cow of Brett Berg from Farmington, Minnesota.
Then Adam Kester, Footloose, Evansville, Indiana.
Then we go back to Lewisburg, Kansas. Logan Stevens and Wheatland Express Mini.
North American Trailer, Jordan Nelson, Altamont, Illinois.
The Dirt Slinger of Abby Leichner from Archie, Missouri.
And then we will see Tyler Slaw, Have No Mercy, out of Zeeland, Michigan.
The Beast of Burden, Adam Custer out of Evansville, Indiana.
Little Hurricane, the Peter Norton entry, was driven by Jeremy Nelson, Sydney, Illinois.
The Walk the Line, Adam Custer's third entry, also from Evansville, Indiana.
Show No Mercy, Bruce Law, Zeeland, Michigan.
The Bobcat Jr., Jed Leichner doing the driving from Weldon, Illinois.
It's No Joke, Mike Evans, Johnson Creek, Wisconsin.
And your final competitor, your defending national champion, the Half-Fast Midnight, Tanner Nelson, Altamont, Illinois.
All right, here we go, the Kansas Twister. Set, you can see Jackie once. Logan Stevens, Lewisburg, Kansas, when he got down there past that, I don't know, 350 mark or so. Jackie is still in the red flag. I think we're probably going to throw another block or two into that mini rod sled. Yeah, he went 417 feet before the. That's where the laser shot him. We're not going to leave the sled set there, but yeah. So we'll reset the class, do a sled reset, and then Todd Boltman, Zeeland, Michigan, stress relief will be our new option puller, courtesy of Hypermax Engineering.
So we know that many of our customers have specialized needs when it comes to their racing vehicles. With a strong understanding that no two racing vehicles are the same, we're willing to work with you and do our best to get you exactly what you need without fail. It doesn't matter if it is a replacement axle, transfer case, or a specialized gear set. We will do what we can to get you what you need.
Off.
So that had to feel good, though.
Engineering bringing you the test puller.
All right, here we go. The Hypermax test puller is Eric Stacy, Winchester, Ohio. The Bowtie Chevrolet, the Smoking Yacht HD. Eric Stacy, we're going to do a couple things. We're going to see if we have the Fendt sled set where we want it. And if it is, then Eric Stacy has the option of taking that hook or dropping to the bottom, or he can turn it down and come back later.
Shane, it looked like out there that it was kind of a wild ride. Were you having a break out there, or was that the track just taking you everywhere?
It was kind of a wild ride. It didn't settle in till about half track. I actually thought about letting out of it at 100 foot, but I was at like 120. And I said, well, just stay in it. And it planed out and just took off.
So that had to feel good, though, because I know that you've been kind of creeping. You got kind of creeping back in there. But to really throw down a run like that had to feel great.
Well, yeah, you know, after Louisville, we broke a bunch of stuff. And we all have fun out in the pits talking trash and everything. And we spotted them about 25 points right off the bat. So now we got to reel it back in. You know, we got to thank Fendt, Rural King, Mac Trailer, Hot Shots, Full Throttle Energy. I don't know if this is any good, but I'm going to try drinking it. Apex Turbo, SCS gearbox, even though they don't sponsor our class, we have an SCS gearbox in our tractor transmission. ARP, Summit, Fendt, and the Pro Pulling League, and everybody, John, you, Christy. I got to thank everybody at home that's working the farm right now to keep things going. My son Ryan and Alex. Amy's at home doing what she does, taking care of the house and working on my son's house right now. And you know, it's funny because I love this stuff. I hated the drive coming down here and I dreaded it. And this makes it all worthwhile.
Yeah, the miles are going to go fast on the way home, that's for sure.
And I got to thank Arthur and Nick.
All right, give me a little...
A small decision maker, Hot Shots Secret Sled. $297 and 4. He's going to keep that hook. So 297 and 42. 297 feet, .42 is where we set the leader pylon. While we have a small break right here, I want to introduce to you our track officials for this evening. Over here on our announcer side, Mike Etzkorn is at the start line and working the finish line, Jackie Kometz. Our officials on the Fendt track at the start line, Kurt Simmons, and working the finish line, Jerry Nelson. All right, so as we mentioned earlier, we did a sled reset on a super stock diesel truck presented by ARP. So we are totally restarting the class, which also means a brand new Hypermax test puller, Kent Crowder, Attica, Indiana. Kent Crowder, 5-time national champion in 2017, 2019, 2020, 2023, and 2024. Also happens to be the son-in-law of Dan Scheid. And if that name sounds familiar, Scheid Diesel Extravaganza. We'll talk about that here more in a second, but right now, let's go super stock diesel truck pulling the Scheid Diesel Dodge, Kent Crowder, Attica, Indiana. All right, right there for Kent Crowder in the Scheid Diesel Dodge. As we talked about the Scheid Diesel Extravaganza, it's going back to its original home. It's going to be August 28th and 29th in Terre Haute, Indiana at the Wabash Valley Fairgrounds.
It was a whale of a pass, Nick. I got to know, where did that come from?
I'd like to know myself, honestly. It's just unbelievable to be here, honestly. I don't know. I'm speechless. This is crazy.
Okay, so you just told me a little bit ago, though, that coming up to the line, you thought there was something wrong with the tractor.
Yeah, I got nervous. I heard quite the ting coming from it under the hood, and Tyler looked at it. We both shrugged. We don't know what it is. I guess we'll try it. Hopefully I don't feel something weird.
Maybe it was like some kind of magic bell or something that was ringing and going to ring you all the way to the end.
Maybe. I don't want to do that again.
Yeah, what a great night for you and your team. You have a lot to celebrate for sure.
It was great. I'd love to have got Tyler a little closer, but she was hot, and I think she just ran out of power at the end. But that'll... Fendt High Stakes Series Pro Pulling, John and Christy. I'm really happy they let me be a part of this. Summit, ARP, Matt Trailer, Top Shot Secret, Apex Turbo, Saladin again, they're the best. There's too many people to thank. It's just crazy. I don't know.
Currently tied for number 2 in our points coming in tonight. Our current points leader is Craig Dickey in the Cummins Killer number 3, and then tied for second place, Terry Biggs with Deadpool and his truck that's backing into the sled right now. Cream of the crop, Justin Gearhart. He comes to us from Circleville, Ohio.
Grain farmer by trade. Been pulling for 15 years. Euro 7 that Kent Crowder just laid down.
Well, we'll be extending that lead. As Darren said, that Justin was going to need to go in excess of 343. Well, he did that and more. We'll see where the laser shoots him at. Cream of the crop, Justin Gearhart, Circleville, Ohio.
Anytime you see that flagger going backwards, that is a good sign.
Mark to beat will be 300. .75 for Justin Gearhart, cream of the crop, Circleville, Ohio. Back over here on our mini rod side on the decision maker Hot Shots Secret sled. The cash cow out of Farmington, Minnesota, Brett Berg. Here's another gentleman we'll see a couple times this evening. We'll see him here in the mini rod class, and then also we'll see him here with one engine on the chassis right now, and then later on tonight we'll see another chassis with 4 of them strapped on there. So Brett Berg, cash cow out of Farmington, Minnesota. And the mark to beat right now on our mini rod side is 315.04, courtesy of Jeremy Smith in the Firestorm. Green flag for Brett Berg. And 40, 2, 8, 7, and 40. Well, Darren, so far we've seen vehicles from Vermont, New York, Minnesota, Kansas. How about we go down to the Lone Star State, Houston, Texas, One Nation, Cody Lee backing into the sled on our super stock diesel trucks, courtesy of ARP. Cody Lee, Houston, Texas.
2026, the body and the weight box are the only things left. The Hazley machine engine in this truck won the Shy Diesel Extravaganza last year.
Look at that truck. Beautiful, clean look. The One Nation Dodge out of Houston, Texas. Cody Lee. We will see the second entry from the Lee pulling team. with Kong. 342 feet, 0.25, 342.25 for Cody Lee. All right, Adam Kester, Evansville, Indiana, backing into the sled on our SCS Gearbox mini rod trackers. And Footloose. We will see Adam 3 times in this class. First with here with Footloose and Beast of Burden, and also Walk the Line. 315.04 the mark to beat, courtesy of Jeremy Smith. We're going green. All right, here comes Adam Kester, Footloose, Evansville, Indiana.
Passed by Adam Kester.
I think we're going to have a new leader, Darren.
Yeah, we were at 315 and some change.
Let's just flip-flop those 2 numbers and make it 351.02. 351 feet, 0.02. That's going to be the new mark to beat, 351.02, courtesy of Adam Kester and Footloose. All right, back over on our Super Stock Diesel Trucks presented by ARP. Our current points leader, this is the Cummins Killer number 3, Craig Dickey. Craig Dickey comes to us from River Falls, Wisconsin. He was our number 2 truck in West Salem, Ohio. He was our Friday night winner in Farley, Iowa. He would like to be our Friday night winner here in Benson, North Carolina. Let's see what he has for tonight. The Cummins Killer number 3, the GMC, out of the Badger State.
Max power on the GMC. A lot of the trucks we'll see out here are Cummins powered. This is true Duramax power.
A strong pass right there. The Cummins Killer 3, Craig Dickey, River Falls, Wisconsin. 56.75 from cream of the crop. Cummins Killer number 3 coming into tonight with the points lead. .75. He goes 356.49. Just short. That'll put him in the number 6.49. So Justin Gerhardt will continue to lead on our ARP Super Stock Diesel Trucks mini rod side presented by SCS Gearbox. We saw the Kansas Twister earlier in the class. How about the Wheatland Express Mini? Logan Stevens, Lewisburg, Kansas.
Pete, today's ARP's product line contains thousands of part numbers and has expanded to include virtually every fastener found in an engine and driveline and throughout the suspension and frame. These range from quality high-performance OEM replacement parts to exotic specialty hardware for Formula One, IndyCar, marine, and tractor pulling applications. For more information, go online to arp-bolts.com. Oh, sounds like we have a problem down on the track, Leroy.
Yeah, he rolled the chain tight, and we had the green flag from our track officials and green light on the decision maker Hot Shots secret sled, and then it went quiet. Track officials are gathered around Logan Stevens and the Wheatland Express Mini. Meanwhile, let's go back over on the Super Stock Diesel Truck side. Keith Witt, Warrenton, Missouri, and American Pride. Keith Witt currently sitting number 5 in our points coming into this week.
Brian, you made a really good pass down that sideline. It looked like you may have moved the sled over just a little bit to try to get a better hole shot.
Yeah, we were thinking to try to move back a little bit more to the center. Everybody was kind of going to the right. We were thinking maybe if I can get a good straight pass down thing would be good.
Yeah, and even though you're not taking home the big check tonight, you're still taking home those critical points. You know, you're still charging hard up at the top.
Yeah, I mean, I'll take second any day. And second's just as good as first in my opinion, and we get a little closer to our the points leader, so be good.
Yeah, great night for you and your team.
Yeah, it is. I'd like to thank all the PPL sponsors, the IHRA, the Fendt, the High Stakes Series, Summit, ARP, SCS Gearboxes, Apex Turbo for sponsoring our class, Full Throttle Energy Drink, Mac Trailers, and Hot Shot Secrets. I want to thank my dad for coming with me, my wife and kids back at home, and most importantly, I want to thank God.
Wind up a little bit shoulder. Keith Witt goes 338.90, 338.90. And to bring you up to date on our mini rod side, as we mentioned, the Wheatland Express Mini, Logan Stevens, throttle cable breakage. So we are going to pull Logan Stevens aside. Hopefully he can fix his mechanical issues, and we will see him later in the class. So that should be bringing in Abby Leischner. Abby Leischner comes to us from Archie, Missouri, and the Dirt Slinger. For Altamont, Illinois. How about that?
Machine frame, sassy racing engine powering the North American trailer machine.
Yeah, Jordan Nelson, he's a 2022 points champion in the mini rod class. This is the first time we'll see a Nelson tonight. We're going to see a bunch of Nelsons. We're going to see the father, Dale Nelson, and his three sons, Jeremy Nelson, Jared Nelson, and Jordan Nelson. We'll see grandson, Tanner Nelson. But here we go, Jordan Nelson, the North American Trailer Mini Rod from Altamont, Illinois. Just picked up some new sponsorship this week for that mini rod. Summit Racing Equipment. You can see that on the fenders behind the roll cage there on Jordan Nelson. It's 310 and 90. 310.90 for Jordan Nelson and the North American Trailer. Summit Racing Equipment mini rod out of Altamont, Illinois. Super stock diesel truck side. Antler Addiction, Ben Schimpf. Ben comes to us from Eagle, Wisconsin, driving a Chevrolet. All right, let's go green. Super stock diesel truck side. Antler Addiction, Ben Schimpf. Eagle, Wisconsin.
He does have a second opportunity. Rough start for Ben Schimpf there. Looks like he got out of it before 100 feet. And if you are out of the throttle, you don't have to come to a complete stop. But if you're out of the throttle before 100 feet, you do get a second opportunity.
Yeah, his momentum carried him out to, I don't know, 125, 130 or something like that. But our track official, Kurt Simmons, all over it right there. He saw that Ben did get out of the throttle. So as you can see, the Fendt sled is going to pull him back to the...
It was a whale of a pass, Nick. I got to know, where did that come from?
I'd like to know myself, honestly. It's just unbelievable to be here, honestly. I don't know. I'm speechless. This is crazy.
Okay, so you just told me a little bit ago, though, that coming up to the line, you thought there was something wrong with the tractor.
Yeah, I got nervous. I heard quite the ting coming from it under the hood, and Tyler looked at it. We both shrugged. We don't know what it is. I guess we'll try it. Hopefully I don't feel something weird.
Maybe it was like some kind of magic bell or something that was ringing and going to ring you all the way to the end.
Maybe. I don't want to do that again.
Yeah, what a great night for you and your team. You have a lot to celebrate for sure.
It was great. I'd love to have got Tyler a little closer, but she was hot, and I think she just ran out of power at the end. But that'll... I really, we're gone. I've just got to thank my dad and Tyler so much for all this. My wife, my whole family at home, everybody on the farm. Pat and Ryan Salabine are just the best people you could imagine. They do amazing work on our stuff. Full throttle, I drink it all the time, so I mean it when I say thanks, full throttle. Fendt High Stakes Series Pro Pulling, John and Christy, I'm really happy they let me be a part of this. Summit ARP, Matt Trailer, Top Shop Secret, Apex Turbo, Salabine again, they're the best. There's too many people to thank. It's just crazy. I don't know.
Hey guys, give me a little woo!
You will see the big dirt slinger in our super modified class. Here is the mini rod dirt slinger. Abby Leichner, Archie, Missouri. Daughter of 8-time champion Bill Leichner.
Brad Anderson engine powering this Mini. This is a Bohr chassis from the Netherlands. That Adam Custer in the Footloose laid down. Knee rod class.
Comes the dirt slinger mini rod from Archie, Missouri. Abby Leichner. Go in excess of 351 and change to knock Adam Kessler off that top spot. I'm not for sure if she got it done, but I think she probably found herself a spot somewhere in that top 3. .39 feet, 0.51, 339.51. New number two, 339.51. All right, over on our super stock diesel trucks, we saw Cody Lee earlier in the class with One Nation. How about his son Xander Lee with Kong? Xander also from Houston, Texas. Justin Gearhart continues to be the leader. Justin Gearhart, cream of the crop, 356.75. Here comes Kong. Xander Lee, Houston, Texas. She started hopping on him about the 150-foot mark. He backed out of it just a little bit and then hammered down on it. Xander Lee just graduated from high school. Going to be enrolling at Texas A&M University here in the fall. He goes 345.96, 345 feet, 0.96. And I believe that should put him in the number 3 spot. 345.96 for the Kong Dodge from Houston, Texas. Tyler Schlaw, Have No Mercy, due up next on our mini rod side. Tyler is sitting number 2 in points, just 4 points behind Adam Kester, Beast of Burden. Tyler's got 2 big checks in this series so far. He was the number 1 man at West Salem, Ohio. Also took home the Friday night win in Farley, Iowa. So he got a $10,000 check, Darren, and also one of those $15,500 checks from the carryover money from the Saturday night show at West Salem, Ohio.
Yeah, good strong start to the team from Zeeland, Michigan. Tyler, a second-generation puller.
Right, yeah, exactly. We'll see his father, Bruce Slaw, a little bit later in the class. Right now, here he goes. Tyler Slaw, Have No Mercy. Looks like he will not be taking home a $10,000 check here on the Friday night show in Benson, North Carolina. Going to be short of that leading distance. And his distance is 3:36 and 99. 3:36.99 for Tyler Schlaw. 3:36.99. That'll put him in the number 3 spot. That'll put him in the number 3 slot. All right, Scheid Diesel Dodge. We saw Kent Crowder's entry earlier in the class. Here is Brady Ingram. Brady comes to us from Farina, Illinois. Currently sitting number 4 in the points coming into this evening. Brady Ingram, Farina, Illinois. Number 3 spot with a hook of 352 feet, 0.52, 352.52. We were talking about the Scheid Diesel Extravaganza. That's moving back to Terre Haute, Indiana, August 28th and 29th. For the last 2 years, it's been at Wagner Motorsports Park out in Lyons, Indiana. Moving back to its original home there at the Wabash Valley Fairgrounds on the south end of Terre Haute. So mark your calendars, August 28th and 29th for the 2026 edition of the Scheid Diesel Extravaganza. Mini rod side. Beast of Burden, Adam Kester. This is our current points leader coming into tonight. This is also our Saturday night winner in Farley, Iowa. So how has he gotten to the points lead? Well, just consistent finishes. A 4th place at West Salem, Ohio, a runner-up on Friday night at Farley, and a win on Saturday night at Farley. So between a 4th place, a 2nd place, and a 1st place, he's sitting number 1 in our SCS Gearbox Mini Rod points.
Leading tonight as well with his other tractor. Minor Brothers Racing MBR horsepower that Adam builds. Moved that to Southern Indiana and a modern machine chassis. Yeah, that's Wheatland Express Mini made his way back around, actually.
Yep, you were correct. So Wheatland Express Mini, that he was the one that was experiencing throttle cable issues. So I stand corrected. .141.16 for Logan Stevens and the Wheatland Express Mini. 141.16. But we will see Logan Stevens once more in the class. He was the first puller with the Kansas Twister. And we reset the sled and started the class over. So we will see him once more. All right, back over on our super stock diesel truck side. The Rock Hard Ram, Tripp Hazley, Fairmount, Indiana. Our Saturday night winner from Farley, Iowa. He's driving Grandpa's truck tonight. Tripp Hazley, recent graduate, high school graduate. That's why he was not in West Salem, Ohio. He was attending his high school graduation. He goes 336.28, 336 feet, .28 for Tripp Hazley. The Rock Hard Ram out of Fairmount, Indiana. Now we will see the Beast of Burden, Adam Kester. As I mentioned, 3 hooks on the mini rod side so far in our Fendt High Stakes Series with 1 rain out. He took home a 4th place finish on the Friday night show at West Salem, Ohio. He was the runner-up on Friday night in Farley, Iowa, and the winner on Saturday night in Farley, Iowa. So with a 4th place, a 2nd place, and a 1st place, he is leading our points so far this year on our Fendt High Stakes Series and our mini rod. Going green for the Beast of Burden, Adam Kester, Evansville, Indiana. Off that top spot. He's currently leading the class with Footloose at 351.02. See what the Beast of Burden, what the laser says about it. And he takes the lead, 352.71, 352.71 on the super stock diesel truck side. Marshall DeBrew, New Franken, Wisconsin, and Flammable Chevrolet out of the Badger State. Marshall LeBrew, he was our winner at the Mack Trailer Winter Nationals inside Freedom Hall during the Mid-America Truck Show event back in March. Comes to us from New Franken, Wisconsin. Bringing you up to date on the mini rod side. Adam, lead with Beast of Burden with the pass of 352.71, so he is sitting number 1 and number 2. He's leading the class at 352.71 with Beast of Burden and sitting number 2 with Footloose at 351.02. And Marshall DeBrew just goes 339.52, 339 feet, .52. That'll put Marshall in the number 7 spot on our Super Stock diesel trucks. 15 Super Stock diesel trucks here tonight. 16 on our mini rods. Jeremy Nelson, Little Hurricane, Sydney, Illinois. This is a Peter Norton tractor. Peter Norton from Franklin, Indiana. With Jeremy Nelson doing the driving tonight. The Little Hurricane. We'll see Jeremy also in the 2-wheel drive truck class, going green for the Little Hurricane. The tractor that was our runner-up there in West Salem, Ohio on our Friday night show. He was leading the class for a long time until Tyler Slaw had other plans. Tyler Slaw took that win on the Friday night show at Dragway 42. Jeremy goes 332 feet, .81, 332.81, which will currently put him in the number 5 spot over here on our mini rod side. Super Stock Diesel Trucks presented by ARP. Looking for Nick Gillette. Nick comes to us from Fostoria, Ohio, and Top Shelf. The lead continues to be sitting at 3:56 and 75. Cream of the crop, Justin Gearhart.
There, Craig Dickey in second at 3:56 and 49.
Only 2 Fords in the class, and we're going to see them back to back, Darren. We're going to see the Ford right here, Nick Gillette, and then the Ford of Terry Biggs from Noblesville, Indiana. So here we go with Top Shelf. Nick Gillette, Fostoria, Ohio. From Fostoria, Ohio, Nick Gillette and Top Shelf. On a pass, 347 feet, .41, 347.41. That'll currently put him into the number 4 spot. 347.41. All right, Adam Kester. He's sitting number 1 and number 2 right now. Here he comes back with his 3rd entry, Walk the Line. So Adam Kester sitting number 1 with Beast of Burden at 352.71. He's sitting number 2 with Footloose at 351.02. He would love to sweep those top 3 spots here tonight. But we got some strong running mini rods left in the class. All right, here we go. Adam Kester, Walk the Line. He's going to be sitting number 1, number 2, and number 3 right now. Well, we will have to see what the laser says, but I think that's just my prediction. Meanwhile, while we wait for that distance, Terry Biggs backing in the sled from Noblesville, Indiana, and Deadpool. Well, my prediction was true. He's sitting number 1, number 2, and number 3. He just took over the lead at 357.96. 357.96. So Adam Kester, he holds the top 3 spots on our mini rod side. All right, let's go back to the super stock diesel side. Terry Biggs, our defending points champion. Deadpool, Noblesville, Indiana. He was our Friday night winner in West Salem, Ohio. All right, Ford fans, help him on down the track. The final Ford in the class. Here, moving a leader pylon on the super stock diesel truck side also. We just moved it on our mini rod side. Got a little flame over there.
You can definitely see why Terry Biggs is your defending champion. He also won the first hook of the year at Darana Dragway 42.
$56 and change. We're going to pick up that leader pylon and move it down to 363 and 19. 363.19. That is going to be the new mark to beat with 3 trucks left in our super stock diesel truck side. Chase Eller, caretaker. Dylan Kuslek, the Cummins Killer number 2. And then Eric Stacy's Smoking Ya HD. That is our 3 trucks that are left on our super stock diesel trucks. Mini rod side, Bruce Law, Show No Mercy, Zeeland, Michigan. Does anyone have anything for those Kester mini rods? Adam Kester sitting number 1 with Walk the Line, 357.96. Sitting number 2 with Beast of Burden, 352.71. And sitting number 3 with Footloose, 351.02. Bruce Law, Show No Mercy, back into the mini rod this year. Had to take some time off. Had a little bit of a snowmobile accident. Put him on the sideline for a little bit, but glad to see Bruce back out here.
That's this tough for Adam Kester to currently be sitting 1, 2, and 3 is absolutely amazing.
See this year for Bruce Law. Back in the day. Bruce comes to us from Zeeland, Michigan. And the distance for Bruce Law is 330 feet and 26. 330.26 for the Show No Mercy mini rod out of Zeeland, Michigan. 330 and 26. Back up on our super stock diesel truck side from Lafayette, Tennessee. Chase Eller and caretaker. Our previous hook on our truck side showed us a new leader. So the mark to beat right now, 363.19 from Terry Biggs and Deadpool. From the Volunteer State from Lafayette, Tennessee, Chase Eller and caretaker. He took over the top spot, but see if he can find himself a spot in that top 3 perhaps. .54 feet, 0.99, 354.99 will put him just right outside the top 3. Puts him in the number 4 slot, 354 and 99 with 2 trucks to go. the Cummins Killer number 2, and the Smoking Yet HD will be our final competitors in our super stock diesel trucks. Meanwhile, mini rod side. The mini rod track was presented by SCS Gearbox. The Bobcat Jr., Jed Leichner. We saw Jed's sister, Abby Leichner, earlier in the class with the dirt slinger. Here is the Bobcat Jr., Jed Leichner, Weldon, Illinois. Son of 8-time national champion in our super modified class, Bill Leichner. We'll see Bill later on this evening.
Bill's watching the action right in front of us, Leroy, right on the barrier of the track.
Right. Kneel down right there by the concrete barrier. Adam Kester continues to sit 1, 2, and 3 on our mini rod side, going green. The Bobcat Jr., Jed Leichner, Weldon, Illinois. Well, he tried some new real estate, Darren. He tried staying over there on that left-hand side. I don't think that that was the answer tonight. Goes 306.73, 306 feet, .73 on our super stock diesel truck side. Truck backed into the sled was our runner-up in Farley, Iowa on the Friday night show. The Cummins Killer number 2, Dylan Kuselek, River Falls, Wisconsin.
On smoke rings in the dark.
Right there for the GMC out of River Falls, Wisconsin. Dylan Kuselek, the Cummins Killer number 2. Guy, the new number 2 guy, 361 and 28. 361.28. He was the runner-up in Farley, Iowa. He moves into the number 2 spot tonight with 1 truck left. Final truck will be the Smoking Yet HD, Eric Stacy, Winchester, Ohio. Meanwhile, they got 3 mini rods left. It's no joke, Mike Evans. He's up next from Johnson Creek, Wisconsin. Then we will see Tanner Nelson, Altamont, Illinois, the half past midnight. And we'll wrap up the class. Logan Stevens, the Kansas Twister. He was the first puller in the class, and then we had the sled reset. Now, on this one, Darren, a little bit different setup on the motor on the It's No Joke from Mike Evans.
Yeah, this one is actually turbocharged, which is an exhaust-driven compressor, where all of the other vehicles in this class are belt-driven compressors supercharged. And this is the only turbo in this class. We'll see turbos in all of our diesel classes, but in our alcohol class, this is the only turbo.
Mike Evans comes to us from Johnson Creek, Wisconsin. He goes 267 and 85, 267.85. 267 feet, .85. 2 mini rods left. Half past midnight, Tanner Nelson, the defending points champion in that class. And then we'll wrap up the class with Logan Stevens, the Kansas Twister. All right, on our ARP Super Stock Diesel Trucks. Final competitor, backing into the sled. Eric Stacy, Smoking Ya HD. Eric Stacy, two-time national champion back in 2021 and 2022. He was the first puller in the class. We did the sled reset. So if he wants to win, he's going to need to knock Terry Biggs off that top spot. The leader pylon sitting at 363.19. Is it going to be a Ford? Is it going to be a Chevy? Who's going to take home that $10,000 check? Let's go green one final time in our ARP Super Stock Diesel Trucks. Eric Stacy, the Smoking Ya HD Bowtie Chevrolet. Well, I think that he's probably thinking the same thing as Audette in the last class. Wish he would have had that first hook. Wish he had not reset the sled. I think, unfortunately, he was in the throttle well beyond the 100-foot mark, so that's where the laser is going to have to shoot him at, which happens to be 181 feet, 0.83, 181.83. So that means Terry Biggs will be taking home his second $10,000 check, and also moving into that points lead for our Super Stock Diesel Trucks, picking up the 50 points tonight here with the first place finish coming into tonight. He was tied for number 2, so he will be moving into that lead. We will have our results for our ARP Super Stock Diesel Trucks right after we see Tanner Nelson, half past midnight, Altamont, Illinois. Tanner Nelson, he was the points champion at the conclusion of our 2025 season, pulling season. He's been the youngest points champion in the IHRA Pro Pulling League history. Getting ready to start his senior year in high school at Unity High School. His basketball team, very successful as well. He was successful on the track and successful on the court. His high school basketball team took 3rd place in the state of Illinois in the IHSA state finals. And I'm pretty sure that Tanner Nelson has been the youngest points champion in PPL history. Let's see what he can do here tonight on the half past midnight. Number 3. I can tell you, Adam Kester is going to sweep the podium, Darren.
Amazing accomplishment with this level of competition to take the top 3. I mean, I've seen a lot of pulling and been to a lot of events, and for Adam Kester to do that here in Benson at Darana Motorsports Park is amazing.
All right, Logan Stevens' distance is 3:12.40, 3:12.40. 16 mini rods. And our results for our mini rod class. Our top 5 will look like this. Number 5 will go to Tyler Slaw, Have No Mercy, 336.99. Number 4, the Dirt Slinger, Abby Leishner, Archie, Missouri, 339.51. And our top 3, all Adam Kester. Adam Kester, 3rd place with Footloose, 351.05. Adam Kester, number 2, Beast of Burden, 352.71. And Adam Kester, number 1, your winner, Walk the Line, 357.96. That's amazing. Adam Kester goes 1, 2, and 3. He's gonna like taking those 3 big checks through the drive-up window there on Monday morning, Darren.
So Terry, tonight it seemed like earlier in the class, guys couldn't figure out how to keep the truck smooth, but you had a super smooth, super fast pass. How were you able to lock those tires to the ground?
Honestly, I don't know because I heard some of them bouncing. I just rolled out like I normally do, and it settled in, so I just throttled up after that point.
Yeah, I think this is also a tribute to this new truck. You said, it's just kind of infallible. Like it just wants to run hard.
Yeah. I mean, Iowa, we had some trouble. The track, didn't hold together for us, so we were a little disappointed in that. And so this track was awesome.
I also heard a rumor that this check goes straight to your wife.
Well, it's made out to the business, so that might be a problem.
Great night for you and your team, though, Terry.
Yeah, thank you very much. I got to thank Fendt, Rural King, Mac Trailer, Hot Shot Secret, of course, Pro Pulling IHRA. This is great. Fendt, Summit, ARP, SRS Gearbox, Apex Turbo, of course. Who's the stud maker? ARP for holding the motor together. O'Brien Diesel, Hartz Diesel. It's awesome.
Yeah, we would have loved to have Patrick up here, but he's just too slow, right?
Yeah, he's probably still watching tractors or something.
Lots to celebrate about tonight, guys.
The White, Lafayette, Tennessee. The Parts City Auto Parts from Bardstown, Kentucky, Tony Tatum. The Forever Hooked of Dale Nelson. Your current points leader, the Simon Says Chevrolet, R.J. Simon out of Farley, Iowa. And then the P5, Chad Mayhill, Reynolds, Indiana. The Willie Make It from the Simon Stable, RJ doing the driving. The Plain Hooky, Evan Anderson, Adams, Tennessee. The Midnight Gambler, Jeremy Nelson out of Sydney, Illinois. And our final competitor, the Bullseye, Keith Long out of Glasgow, Kentucky with the Chevrolet.
Justin, you just keep sneaking up in here to the podium and coming to see me, but we have to talk about the fact that you held the lead for the longest time with that first smooth hook of the night.
Yeah, that's always the worst. You're sitting back there. We had the delay. The
Global,
IHRA crew
just like
did a
tonight.
great job getting us a show tonight. But with this Fendt High Stakes Series, everyone is a big hitter. So we sat back, we held it for half the class, and then Terry took the wind out of her sails. But Sandridge chassis did what it needed to do, and we still had a good weekend, or day, I guess.
It's day. You can always build on that tomorrow, but that's the biggest part, is staying consistent, and that's what you're doing and putting yourself at the top of the points board.
Yeah, we have, what, 3 threes now? So a 2 or 1 would be nice, but 3 threes are always good.
Yeah, we'll see what he can do tomorrow.
From Altamont, Illinois, Bethany Nelson. She is a 3-time national champion. 2014, 2020, and 2023. The Sweet Revenge. She will be our Hypermax test puller. Beautiful Chevrolet paint job there from MCP, Nelson Custom Paints in Sydney, Illinois. Husband and wife pulling team. This is Bethany Nelson. We will see her husband, Jared Nelson, with the Midnight Revenger. We will see if we've got the Decision Maker Rural King sled set as we like it. And if so, Bethany will have the option of taking that hook, coming back immediately, or dropping to the bottom of the class. We know she won't come back immediately, but first of all, we'll see if we've got the Decision Maker sled set as is. By the way, Bethany, she was our Saturday night winner at Farley, Iowa. Tell us that we're going to lighten up the sled. We are going to make a little bit of change.
So Dylan, that late hook really helped you. Did your team change a lot to help you get to the top end tonight?
You know, we ended up actually switching gears in that truck. We've been having a lot of issues, as you guys could see in the last or previous polls. With that one, it keeps falling under the Charger, and we've been doing a lot of work trying to get it going, and I think we finally maybe got it figured out, and it showed tonight on the track for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe it was just it needed a different driver.
Maybe you could say that.
Sorry, Craig, that was a shot at you over there. But no, great fast pass, super smooth too. It just really locked into the track.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, no, it was an excellent pass. Yeah, I felt it was strong. Yeah, no, for sure.
Maybe we can give some pointers to Craig tomorrow and help him get up here with you.
Yeah, I'll be giving him pointers all night long for sure.
We love it.
I want to thank the class sponsors and everything, Fendt, IHRA, Summit, ARP, SCS, just everyone that puts on this event, and to have an event like this and everything. I mean, it's huge to be able to come out here and be able to do this for everyone. You know?
I think Craig wants to thank Dylan for knocking him out of first place points.
Yeah, we kind of messed our points up there a little bit.
Guys, I think this is going to be a little bit of a rivalry here.
And your watch parties, or wherever you might be watching on our live stream, many different ways to watch the Fendt High Stakes Series, and it's all for free. You can watch on the YouTube channel, on the IHRA YouTube channel, on the Pro Pulling League YouTube channel, on our Facebook pages, and you can also go to propulling.tv. So if you're here tonight and you like what you're seeing, text, call, do whatever. Call friends, say, hey, you need to tune into this live stream and see what we are watching here tonight. All right, for our first puller, Super Modified Tractors, Tom Owens, Montgomery, New York, Ramblin' Rose. We will see his son, Dylan Owens, later in the class. Dylan out there on the track, going to spot his father into the sled. Well, if you thought the mini rods made a little bit of noise, wait till you hear these multi-engine modifieds putting about 10,000 horsepower to the ground here in our super modified class. And our first puller will be Tom Owens, Montgomery, New York, the Ramblin' Rose.
Owens, we see 3 engines on the Ramblin' Rose. So what that means, these tractors weigh in at 7,800 pounds, 20-inch drawbar. You'll see a lot of these tractors have 4 automotive engines. We'll see turbines. Tommy Owens only running 3 engines there. He can run bigger blowers or superchargers on those 3 engines, and he can also turn that overdrive up on those 3 engines as well.
Well, we have a distance of 315.06. We're going to find out if we're going to leave the sled set as is and if he's going to take that hook. I believe he's going to, because I'm looking over across the way and I can see Jerry Nelson putting that leader pylon right there. So we're going to say we're official until we hear different. 315.06 for Tom Owens and the Ramblin' Rose out of Montgomery, New York. Meanwhile, we have reset the sled on our super modified 2-wheel drive truck side. So our new Hypermax test puller, Mikey White, Addiction, Lafayette, Tennessee. All right, right there from the Volunteer State. Michael White and Addiction. He was our 22 points champion.
I think this is a first in PPL history, Adam. You swept the podium of the mini rod class, but we have to talk about the ground speed that you were able to get. How were you able to get hooked up on the starting line and get that speed going right away?
Yeah, you know, these tracks like that, when it rains and it puts a lot of moisture, this is like a phenomenal mini rod track, and I think our combination for this was just perfect. So unbelievable to even be able to take 1, 2, and 3. Just amazing, but so thankful.
Yeah, and you seem a little lost for words, and that's not you for sure. You've always got something to say, but I think this also is a tribute to that you're a student of the game, that you're always studying, you're always working, you're always trying to get better.
Yeah, you know, we take this really serious. You know, my wife, Jamie, I love you. She's at home. She's not here with us and our kids, but she knows how much time I spend at this, and it's my main focus. I really want to do good with it. I represent Shell Rotella Tractor Supply the best I can. Very thankful that they've been on board as long as they have with us. Really thankful for them. But yeah, I mean, it's, like I said, it's kind of unreal that this is happening.
Well, you got a little bit of time for it to sink in. I think you're going to need it.
Yep.
Totaling around 10,000 horsepower. Brand new modern motorsports chassis from Van Buren, Indiana. The chassis, the bargie's out of Ansonia, Ohio.
.06, the mark to beat. Galen Bargee and the judge, Next Generation from Columbus, Indiana. So we are talking about Ron Bargee Sr. He's got 5 sons. And they all take turns driving. Randy, Brad, Galen, Ron the second, and also Derek. And that was Galen doing the driving on the Judge, the Next Generation. 2.08, 342.08.
In the driving on a turbine-powered tractor, he is an engineer for Cummins diesel engines by day and a tractor puller on the weekends.
You know, coming into tonight, they're sitting number 2 in the points. And it's just consistent top 5 finishes. You know, we've had 4 hooks. 3 of them we got in, 1 got rained out. So of the 3 hooks that we got in, the Judge Next Generation had a 5th place finish at West Salem, Ohio, and then moved up to a 4th place finish on the Friday night show at Farley, and then they were the runner-up on the Saturday night show at Farley. So between those 3 finishes, that they're sitting in the number 2 spot, only 2 points behind Bill Leischner and the Dirt Slinger.
Yeah, the Bargy family, the work they did over the winter, adding that 3rd turbine so they both have 3 T55 Lycomings, and then that new modern chassis under the Judge. I mean, they are just working. Those turbine power is really, really consistent.
All right, so we saw Tanner Nelson in our mini rod class with half past midnight. Here he is again. This time driving a super modified 2-wheel drive truck, Midnight Chaos Reloaded. If any of you have followed the Midnight Motorsports program, you remember several years back, Misty Nelson, Jeremy's wife, drove a truck very similar to this called the Midnight Chaos. So this is the newest version, the Midnight Chaos Reloaded. So Tanner Nelson, Sydney, Illinois. No official distance on our super modified 2-wheel drive trucks. For the Ford Ranger out of Sydney, Illinois, Tanner Nelson, the Midnight Chaos Reloaded. And 172 feet, .13, 372 and 13 for the Midnight Chaos Reloaded.
Yeah, Brandon going to try something different. Going over on that far left sideline. Minor Brothers Racing MBR horsepower modern machine chassis for the Simon Says.
And the Simon Says modified comes to us from Farley, Iowa. Oop. .247 feet, .24, 297 and 24 for Brandon Simon. We will see him later in the show with a Pro Stock tractor. Pro Stock tractors will be our final class opposite the announcer side over on the Bunboat Kent sled. Meanwhile, we are in the middle of our super modified tractors on the Fendt side and the super modified two-wheel drive trucks on the Rural King decision maker side. And the new leader, Tanner Nelson, Midnight Chaos Reloaded 372.13. Next up, we're looking for Tony Tatum. Tony comes to us from the bluegrass state of Bardstown, Kentucky, and the Parts City Auto Parts Chevrolet. Little history question right here, Darren. Little history, little trivia, all right? So this is the 20th year of the super modified two-wheel drive truck class. We started it in 2006. The very, very, very first points champion way back in 2006 is that gal that's out on the track spotting her father into the sled. Lisa Tatum was our very first points champion in 2006. And yeah, there she is back in the Parts City Auto Parts, spotting her dad into the sled, Tony Tatum. Lisa still gets behind the wheel every once in a while. After Tony Tatum, we'll be looking for Chad Mayhill, two-time in Reynolds, Indiana, and then Dale Nelson, forever hooked. Meanwhile, on the modified side, next up will be Steve Bunnage, takes a licking from Golden Gate, Illinois. Well, let's go green over here on our Rural King side. Tony Tatum, the Parts City Auto Parts, Bardstown, Kentucky. All right, right there for Tony Tatum in the Parts City Auto Parts. .45 feet, .24, 3, 4, 5, and 24, which will put him into the number 2 spot.
Yeah, so I hear Steve Bunnage, Golden Gate, Illinois. I hear it firing down there. He was your winner last time out in Farley, Iowa. $1,000.
Yeah, so coming into tonight, Bill Leishner, he's leading the points on our Fendt High Stakes Series with the Dirt Slinger. 2 points behind him. In second place is the Judge, the Next Generation. And then we have a three-way tie for third. Steve Bunnage with Takes a Lickin', Jeff Hurt with Running Bear Full Streak, and also the Bully from Keith and Ricky Long. So right here we go with Takes a Lickin'. Steve Bunnage, he is a second-generation puller. His father, Niall Bunnage, long-time puller. And here's some more trivia. Niall Bunnage was the only person in history to pull an 8-engine modified in a competition hook inside Freedom Hall in Louisville, Kentucky. And if you know, Darren talked about you should get here early and walk through the pits and take pictures with the tractors and meet the pullers. Well, you will see a picture of that 8-engine modified there on the front of Steve Bunnage's Takes a Lickin'.
Yeah, if you look at the video screen right now, you can actually see that. So Angler chassis, sassy racing engines powering the Takes a Lickin', trying to make it 2 wins in a row on the Fendt High Stakes Series.
Steve Bunnage takes a lick in Golden Gate, Illinois. It's 3:15.31, which will put him in the number 2 spot, 3:15 and 31. So we'll be looking for Ricky Long next out of Glasgow, Kentucky with Boley. That's on the super modified tractor side. On our two-wheel drive truck side, Chad Mayhill, 2-timer, Reynolds, Indiana. Chad Mayhill twice in this class. Here with his own truck with the 2-timing, and we'll see him later on with the P5 with the Petro P5.
Yeah, speaking of CM Pulling Tires, CM Pulling Tires is located in Reynolds, Indiana. With several years of tire cutting, we can handle all your tire cutting needs at reasonable rates with quality the top priority. Contact Chad for all your truck and tractor pulling needs at 574-297-1284 or Chad at HoosierPullingTires.com.
So the 2-timer currently sitting in 4th. Chad, you looked at your notebook. What did it tell you about the last time you were here at Benson?
It kind of got us a setup in that we was on the opposite track, but it'd be Logan with a different sled, but I'm sure it'd be ran properly, or pretty close to the same. So I think we can go by our weight and that kind of stuff. Gearing would be a little bit different just because of the tire situation happened, you know, a year later after that. So last time we was here, we was on old tires.
So you were not happy. You were kind of like in that 6 to 8 range with your two vehicles. How do you kind of amp it up, improve, and keep that consistency that you had at Farley?
I don't think numbers is going to be that big of a deal here, especially being third class. Farley, I think being third class, we kind of got numbers a little bit, but you know, we still laid down good runs when we needed to. Just didn't have the end result.
Right there for the 2-timing Ford out of Reynolds, Indiana, Chad Mayhill. 3:72.13 is the mark to beat, courtesy of Tanner Nelson and the Midnight Chaos Reloaded. And he goes 333 feet, .69, 333 and 69 for Chad Mayhill and 2-timing. Dale Nelson, forever hooked, Altamont, Illinois. Due up next on our two-wheel drive truck side. Over on our super modified tractor side, Bullet, Ricky Long, Glasgow, Kentucky. 2-time points champion back in 2020 and also in 2022. Ricky Long, him and his brother Keith, was out of the sport for a year or so, and then they're back in it, both with the super modified tractor and also a two-wheel drive truck that we will see. This super modified tractor called Bully, and then the super modified two-wheel drive truck will be Bullseye. We'll see it later in the class. But Bully is in a 3-way tie for the 3rd place on our super modified tractors right now.
Won the first event at Darana Dragway 42 in West Salem, Ohio earlier this year. Took that big $10,000 check. So grain and dairy farmer. Enjoys pulling with his brothers Keith and Eddie. Minor Brothers Racing Engines, Modern Machine Chassis.
If you are looking at it, saw him throw that red flag while Ricky was still in the throttle while the Bully was going down the track. Jerry Nelson is lined up right there along the chalk line, and I believe that back right tire crossed the chalk line. I believe this is going to be a DQ. Let's take a look at that replay coming down there on the big screen, coming right at you. And as you can see, that right tire hit the DQ or hit the right soft line. And once that happened, the red flag is displayed, and unfortunately he is a disqualification for going out of bounds to the right.
Yeah, it looks like he started over on that left-hand sideline, tried to cross-track it, and it just came too far to the right. And, you know, anytime you have to hit the brakes, it costs you track position, which it did, costs you momentum, and unfortunately, Ricky Long too far to that right sideline and going home with a DQ tonight.
All right, backing in the sled on our Rural King side, super modified two-wheel drive trucks, Dale Nelson. Dale Nelson from Altamont, Illinois, and Forever Hooked. Of course, Dale, the father of Jeremy Nelson and Jared Nelson and Jordan Nelson. Father-in-law of Bethany Nelson, grandfather of Tanner Nelson. A lot of Nelsons here this weekend. So right now the lead 372 and 13. Grandpa just knocked grandson off that top spot?
I don't know. I was thinking the same thing. Grandpa's making a run at his grandson there.
Well, that was not very nice. Tanner went 372.13. And Grandpa Dale goes 383.55. 383.55. Coming right at you on the replay. He had that weighted perfectly to carry that front end out to a leading pass of 383 feet, .55. Top three on our super modified two-wheel drive trucks, Dale Nelson. Sitting number one, 383.55. Number two, Tanner Nelson, 372.13. And our number three truck right now is Tony Tatum. The Park City Auto Parts 345 and 20. Looking at the look from Montgomery, New York, and Thorne. Our leader, the judge, Next Generation, Galen Bargy, 342.08. Sitting number two, takes a lick, and Steve Bunnage, 315.31. And our number three tractor, Ramblin' Rose, Tom Owens, 315.06.
A hay broker by trade. Buys and sells hay and delivers it in the greater New York area there, and really anywhere you need it, but really growing that business with his dad, Brad Anderson Engines, modern machine on the chassis.
Well, we'll have to take a look at the replay. I think he was getting close to the chalk line on the other side, but I think the sled got him stopped. I don't think that he got flagged. We'll take a look at that end of the camera, end of the track camera, I should say, as we have Bethany Nelson backing in on their super modified two-wheel drive truck side. Right soft line, just optical illusion from up here. 306.47 for Dylan Owens, 306.47. All right, so here comes Bethany Nelson back in for her official hook. Bethany Nelson, the Sweet Revenge from Altamont, Illinois. Three-time champion, 2014, 2020, and 2023. Part of the Midnight Motorsports Fulham team. From Altamont, Illinois, Bethany Nelson and Sweet Revenge. Going to have Nelson trucks sitting 1, 2, and 3 right now. Let's see what the laser says, but I'm pretty sure we'll have Dale, Tanner, and Bethany in that mix. Spot. Nope, she's number 3. 368.15. 368.15. So Dale is sitting number 1. Dale Nelson, 383.55. Tanner, number 2. Tanner Nelson, 372.13. And now Bethany Nelson, number 3 at 368 and 15. We'll be pulling on Bethany's home track August 1st. The Pro Pulling League, the IHRA Pro Pulling League, makes a visit to the Effingham County Fairgrounds in Altamont, Illinois. Saturday, August 1st. Mark your calendars. Super modified tractor side. Jeff Hurt, Running Bear, Full Street, Port Clinton, Ohio. Jeff of his super stock alcohol tractor, also been pulling the mini rods.
Yes.
Now he's dipping his toe into the super modified side as well.
Actually got his start on his dad's diesel super stock tractor before they converted it over to alcohol.
Correct.
He's going to try that far left-hand sideline. We'll see if he cross-tracks it or if he's going to ride that sideline. The Judge Next Generation, Galen Bargy, continues to lead at 342.08.
Yeah, Galen Bargy's got about a 27-foot lead on the second place tractor. Running Bear Full Streak, of course, from the Boyd family from Washington, Indiana, during the off-season. All right, Jeff Hurt moves into the number 2 spot with a distance of 3:27.08. 3:27.08. So he is new number 2 man on our super modified tractor side. On our super modified tractors, here Bill Leishner, Weldon, Illinois. Ron Bargy II and the Jury Next Generation. Then we will wrap up the class with Brett Berg and the Rink Seed Moneymaker. That's the order of pull on our super modified tractor side. We are in the midst of our super modified 2-wheel drive trucks. Jonathan Payne back in the sled with the first of his 2 entries. This one is After Hours. Jonathan Payne comes to us from Georgetown, Kentucky, driving the Ford Ranger. Jonathan drove that truck to a 2nd place finish on our Saturday night show in Farley, Iowa a couple weeks ago. We'll be back in the pack a little ways this evening. 339 and 22, 339 feet, puts him in the number 5 spot with that hook, 339 and 22. Super modified side. We're going to be looking next for Bill Leischner. Bill coming into tonight. He is leading our Fendt High Stakes Series super modified tractor class. We've had 3 hooks for our super modified tractors. Took home a 3rd place finish, West Salem, Ohio. He was our Friday night winner at Farley, Iowa. And then also a 6th place finish on the Saturday night show in Farley. So coming into tonight, he was 2 points ahead of that Judge Next Generation. And right now, the Judge is leading the class this evening. So Bill's wanting to put down a good pass to try to keep that points lead up there. Of course, the Dirt Slinger name, very synonymous in the world of super modified tractor pulling. He's an 8-time champion, 8-time national champion, 2006, 2007, 2009, and then 2010, 2012, 2013, 2017, and most recently 2023. Comes to us from Weldon, Illinois. After Bill, we will see the second entry from the Bargee pulling team, Ron Bargee II. He will have the Jury Next Generation, Ron Bargee II from Ansonia, Ohio. And then we will wrap up our super modified tractors with Brett Berg from Farmington, Minnesota with the Rink Seed Moneymaker. All right, Bill has got them 4 Hemis fired up. "17 feet separates number 1 and number 2 in this class. Judge Next Generation got the leader pylon sitting at 342 feet, .08, and then running bare full streak. He's 15 feet back at 327.08. So Galen Bargee leading the class. Jeff Hurt sitting number 2. All right, Bill Leischner rolls the chain tight. Green light on the Fendt sled. Green flag from our track officials. The Dirt Slinger, Weldon, Illinois, Bill Leischner.
I don't want to call him from here, Leroy.
He's going to be back. He's going to be short of that leading distance. The turbine is going to stay at number 1. He goes 325 and 43, 325.43. Leischner, 3 spot, 325.43 for Bill Leischner. 5.9 and 85 for R.J. Simon. 3:59.85. That puts him in the number 4 spot on our super modified two-wheel drive trucks. So Simon says Chevy. R.J. Simon goes 3:59.85. Coming into tonight, he was our points leader for our Fendt High Stakes Series. Still looking for his first victory on the series. He's got a 2nd place, a 4th place, and a 3rd place. But that consistency has put him there at the top of the heap. Right now, he'll be number 4 so far tonight. 18 trucks in our two-wheel drive trucks this evening. Talking about the Bargies and their pulling history, they're also very involved with the IHRA Pro Pulling League with their sponsorship too, you know, with the AP1 insurance and also Premier Crop Insurance.
Yeah, we're proud to continue our many years of sponsorship with the IHRA Pro Pulling League. We look forward to the 2026 season and wish all the competitors good luck. We have a variety of different insurance options for all competitors and promoters, whether it be covering your assets in the field or in the shop. Premier Crop Insurance is here to help you plan for the future and protect your livelihood. AP1 Insurance will protect all your motorsports vehicles and more. We also offer auto for toters and semis and rain insurance for events. Contact AP1 and Premier Crop Insurance today at 877-452-3012.
Well, you know, back in our mini rock class, we saw Adam Kester take 1, 2, and 3. I'm sure the Bargy family would like to be at number 1 and number 2. The judge currently sitting number 1 at 3:42.08. Here comes the jury, next generation. Ron Bargy II out of Ansonia, Ohio.
5 Lycoming turbine engines and 8er chassis under this tractor.
May have done that. I think they might be sitting number 1 and number 2. We'll have to see what the laser has to say about it. But right now, the judge, next generation, is split 3:42.08. Let's see what the jury distance is going to be. Meanwhile, playing dirty, Evan Anderson, Adams, Tennessee, backing into the sled. They're sitting number 1 and number 2. The jury, next generation, Ron Bargy II, moves into the number 2 spot at 3:37.75. So right now, the number 1 man, Galen Bargy, 3:42.08. Number 2, the jury, next generation, 3:37.75. All right, here we go. Evan Anderson playing dirty, Adams, Tennessee, on our super modified two-wheel drive trucks. Fendt High Stakes Series, night number 1 in West Salem, Ohio at Dragway 42. That was the truck. That was the winner, night number 1. Not take over the top spot tonight, but he will move into the number 2 spot. 3:75.76 with that hook, 3:75.76. So Dale Nelson will continue to lead at 3:83.55. And new number 2 man right now, Evan Anderson, playing dirty, 3:75.76. All right, 10 super modified tractors here tonight. We've seen 9 of them. 1 to go, and that will be Brett Berg, the Rink Seed moneymaker from Farmington, Minnesota. And We saw Brett earlier tonight in the mini rod class with the single engine. Here he's going to be coming in with the 4-engine Rink Seed Moneymaker.
4 sassy racing engines.
Sometimes you got to go back to basics to figure out where you are so you can take steps forward. So, Brett, what kind of back to basic setups we going back with this weekend?
Went back to the set of tires I really like. Got just a little bit more bar on them, slowed the gear down a little bit, worked on it in the clutch department some. Everybody's starting to drive these big super modified tractors like the mini rods, just pretty well slamming her up the dash, hang on, let's go. I'm going to go back to my old basic driving style tonight. Drive it out, hook it up a little bit, roll into the throttle, try to pick the front end up, drive her to the other end.
The name penciled in on the check is Galen Bargy, the judge next generation. Can we write it in ink, or is it going to be Brett Berg, the Rink Seed Moneymaker? Brett is going to need to lay down a pass in excess of 342 feet and change. All right, let's go green one final time in our super modified class. Brett Berg, Farmington, Minnesota, the Rink Seed Moneymaker. Now that is too close to call.
Yeah, that different line definitely worked for Brett Berg. Started over here on the right-hand sideline, drifted towards the center, didn't do a full cross track. It is a tail of the tape.
Well, if he wanted to take the win, as I mentioned, he needed to go in excess of 342.08. How about 342.97? That's your winner. 342.97. There's Chad Mayhill, P5 out of Reynolds, Indiana. So back over on the super modified side, Brett Berg. We saved the best for last. The final hook in the class, he takes the win, 342.97. So he'll take in the $10,000 check from our Friday night edition here at the Darana Motorsports Park, Benson, North Carolina. Mayhill goes 329 and 49, 329 and 49. Not sure if he had an ignition issue, but it seems like it cut off. It was not the kill switch. The kill switch did not accidentally get tripped. It was still hooked up. So 329 and 49 for the P5, Chad Mayhill out of Reynolds, Indiana. All right, on our super modified tractors, 10 of them here tonight. Number 5 will go to the Dirt Slinger, Bill Leishner, Weldon, Illinois, 325.43. Number 4, Jeff Hurt, Running Bear, Full Streak, Port Clinton, Ohio, 327.08. And number 3, the Jury Next Generation, Ron Bargy II, 337.75. The runner-up will be the Judge Next Generation, Galen Bargy, 342.08. And the winner with the final hook in the class, 342.97. The winning distance goes to the Rink Seed Moneymaker, Brett Berg, Farmington, Minnesota, taking home that $10,000 check in our super modified tractors here at the Darana Motorsports Park in Benson, North Carolina. Congratulations, Brett Berg. Final class on our X Factor Bungart Motorsports Fendt sled will be our pro stock tractors. 18 of them here tonight. We're going to start out the class. Jason Rowan, Farley, Iowa, with the 8R.
Funds from Red Granite, Wisconsin, with the John Deere will be up next.
Then we'll see loud and heavy Brandon Simon out of Farley, Iowa.
And then the new Generation Plus of Esden Lemke.
And then his father, Robbie Lemke, will be doing the driving.
Hook in the class, the Workhorse Pro, Rob Russell out of Prescott, Iowa.
Man, I'm looking forward to that Pro Stock class. That's going to be a tough class, Darren. Meanwhile, super modified two-wheel drive trucks. We've already seen Jonathan Payne with After Hours. Here's Jonathan Payne with Rampage, Georgetown, Kentucky. Right there for the Rampage out of Georgetown, Kentucky, Jonathan Payne. He lays down a pass of 343 feet, 0.02, 343.02. Farley, Iowa. We were just in Farley a few weeks ago at 300 Raceway. Jason comes to us from Farley, Iowa. John Deere 8360 called the 8R. He will be our test puller. Our Hypermax test puller in our Pro Stock tractors presented by Lemke Motorsports.
Shop that can provide you with parts and service for your tractor puller? If so, turn to none other than Lemke Motorsports. When you choose us, we will make sure that your vehicles perform at their best. For more information, go to lemkedjr.com. That's lemkedjr.com. Jason Round liked that spot that Brett Berg picked on the track to win the modified class, and he is going to start there with the 8R out of Farley, Iowa.
Well, that box got up to the top of the rail, about the 275-foot mark. And then the pan dropped and the grouser bar's in the track, and that is where we got Jason Round stopped. We'll see if we have the fence sled set where we want and see if he's going to take that hook.
Well, the Bertie's taken up a lot of the podium tonight. Galen, you were the one that went out there and really kind of showed everybody what was out on the track. You know, how did you find that tune-up for your tractor?
It was all Ronnie. He can read a track. So he set me up really good. It was just up to me not to screw it up.
Well, you didn't screw it up. You're the one that ended up second. Now, Ronnie, I'm going to give you some grief here because I think that your fist pump was a little premature at the end of the track.
No, I've been finishing last, Leslie, so that was awesome. That was a win to me.
Yeah, both super fast passes, and I think, you know, all the hard work, the extra trips, the, you know, the things that you guys are doing behind the scenes are really paying off.
Yeah, we just got the tires redone, reground. Yeah. So that extra traction definitely helped out.
Congratulations.
Dale Nelson continues to lead. 383 and 55 on our super modified two-wheel drive trucks. He goes 358.72. That'll put him right now in the sixth spot, 358.72. 358.72. We're going to be looking for Midnight Obsession, Jim Corey, Bedford, Indiana, on our two-wheel drive truck class, and he'll be followed by Evan Anderson playing hooky. Meanwhile, on our Pro Stock tractors, as this is, Jason Rowan takes that hook, so we are official at 324.17. That will bring in Brent Meyer. Brent Meyer comes to us from Red Granite, Wisconsin, and his John Deere called Injected Funds. After Brent, we'll see Brandon Simon, loud and heavy. Brandon also from Farley, Iowa. We just saw Jason Round from Farley, Iowa. We do it again tomorrow night, 6:30 p.m. for the Saturday night show here at Darana Motorsports Park. All right, let's go green for the Injected Funds John Deere. Brent Meyer, red, Granite, Wisconsin. Well, we started out with the lead of 3:24.17. I think we're going to move it. I think we're going to bump that leader pylon down the track just a little bit. Midnight Obsession, Jim Corey, Bedford, Indiana, on our super modified two-wheel drive trucks. Today, Pro Stock side first, Injected Funds, Brent Meyer. He's the new leader at 3:35.37, 3:35.37. Meanwhile, Jim Corey, Midnight Obsession, he goes 3:74.99, 3:74.99. But it's a nice run there for Jim Corey, Midnight Obsession. So 2 hooks in the books for our 10,000-pound Pro Stock tractors presented by Lemke Motorsports. Our current leader, Brent Meyer, 3:35.37, and then Jason Round, number 2 at 3:24.17. Next up, we'll be looking for Brandon Simon, Farley, Iowa, loud and heavy. Brandon will be followed by Esden Lemke, New Generation Plus. That is on the Pro Stock side. Two-wheel drive truck side. Playing hooky, Evan Anderson. We saw Evan with Playing Dirty earlier in the class. We'll see him up next with Playing Hooky. He'll be followed by a couple Nelson brothers, Jared Nelson, Midnight Revenger, and then Jeremy Nelson, Midnight Gambler. That's your next 3 hooks on the super modified two-wheel drive truck side on the Decision Maker Rural King sled. Speaking of Rural King, don't forget, if you're here tonight, go down there and scan that QR code. You might be the winner of that utility tractor given away from Rural King, the official farm and home store of the IHRA Pro Pulling League.
Home, garage, or animals, stop by your local Rural King as the official farm and home store of the Pro Pulling League. Rural King is proud to support the hardworking communities that make pulling country strong.
All right, green flag, green line on the sled. Brandon Simon, Farley, Iowa, loud and heavy on our 10,000-pound Pro Stock tractors. Right there for the Deer out of Farley, Iowa. I believe he's going to be just a little short of that leading distance of the injected funds. Two-wheel drive truck side. Evan Anderson playing hooky, Adams, Tennessee. Right there for playing hooky, Evan Anderson, Adams, Tennessee. Meanwhile, let me tell you the pro stock distance for Brandon Simon. Brandon Simon goes 3:20.81, 320 feet, .81 for loud and heavy Brandon Simon. 3:55 and 66 for Evan Anderson, 3:55.66. Next two pullers on our two-wheel drive truck side, Jared Nelson, the Midnight Revenger, and then Jeremy Nelson. Jared Nelson followed by Jeremy Nelson, Midnight Revenger, and then Midnight Gambler. Then we will see the Corn Burner, Jason Sullivan. Keith Long with Bullseye, and then we will wrap up the class with Mikey White from Lafayette, Tennessee with Addiction. So 5 hooks left in our super modified two-wheel drive trucks, and then we will go semi pulling the Mack Trailer Hot Rod Semis. We're in the midst of our Pro Stock tractor side. Sponsored by Lemke Motorsports. Speaking of Lemke Motorsports, Esden Lemke, new Generation Plus. Beautiful John Deere coming out onto the track, coming to us from Helensville, Wisconsin. Brent Meyer is our current leader, 335.37.
John Deere. Most of the John Deere power plants you see in the Pro Stock class are big blocks, but this is a small block, and it actually makes more torque than the big block. The way the rods are set up and the way the engine is designed, it actually makes more torque, at least on a dyno, than a big block John Deere. And Esden has had a lot of success. Third generation puller out of Helensville, Wisconsin. .35 and 37. Brent Meyer with the injected funds sits up top.
Green flag on the Pro Stock side. Esden Lemke, Helensville, Wisconsin, in the new Generation Plus. Side, we just saw Esden Lemke, Helensville, Wisconsin. Two-wheel drive truck side, Jared Nelson and the Midnight Revenger. And the distances, Pro Stock side, 323.69, 323 feet, .69 for Esden Lemke. And for the super modified two-wheel drive trucks, Jared Nelson, Altamont, Illinois, goes 364.10, 364 feet, .10. Jared in the number 6 spot with the pass of 364.10. As I mentioned earlier, they will be pulling on their home track. The IHRA Pro Pulling League Champions Tour makes a visit to the Effingham County Fair in Altamont, Illinois on Saturday night, August 1st. Back on the Pro Stock side, glutton for punishment. Robbie Lemke going to be doing the driving tonight. Tractor comes to us from St. Paul, Indiana, normally driven by Matt Holland. Robbie Lemke doing the driving this evening here in Benson, North Carolina at the Darana Motorsports Park. Brent Meyer continues to lead at 3:35.37. All right, glutton for punishment, rolls the chain tight. The Case IH out of St. Paul, Indiana. He's trying to do the same thing that Kevin Masterson did at Farley, Iowa. A green driver pulling a red tractor, you know, the candy apple red. And so he had Robbie Lemke, him and his son, Esden, driving the new Generation Plus. He's driving the glutton for punishment tonight. And he drives it to a distance of 311.39, 311.39. Two-wheel drive truck side, the 1941 Dodge panel van. From Sydney, Illinois, Jeremy Nelson, a Midnight Gambler. Former points champion in this class.
It's up top at 383 and 55 with the Forever Hooked board.
Right. Yep, Dale Nelson, Altamont, Illinois. With 4 trucks left to go, the Midnight Gambler, the Corn Burner, the Bullseye, and then Addiction. Here he comes, Jeremy Nelson, the Midnight Gambler, Sydney, Illinois. Another beautiful paint job out of his own shop there, Nelson Custom Paints in Sydney, Illinois. Tonight, Jeremy lays down a pass of 338 feet, .033.
Sometimes you just have to go back to basics and go back to knowing what works. And Brett, that's what you did tonight, and it paid off on top of the podium.
Paid off big tonight. We went back to old gear ratio, took out my favorite set of tires, went back to driving the track out a little bit, setting the tires, not driving like a mini rod, and everything just came together tonight.
It did, and I think that, you know, Jeannie said she was going to take next weekend off, and you guys have a hook. I think that she might be the charm this weekend.
Maybe. Could be the new crew shirts. Could be all the help we got at home. And need to thank Rank Seeds, Carlisle Tools, Summit Racing. These guys have been great keeping this hot rod running.
Well, you know what my sister always used to tell me is that if you look good, you feel good, you play good, you win.
That looks like that happened tonight, doesn't it?
first of 2 entries from the Mack Trailer pulling team. Green for the bootlegger, Jason Savanovic. Out of the Keystone State, Rockwood, Pennsylvania. I think the one thing that hurt him there, Darren, he was heading over toward that right chalk line, and I couldn't see his feet, but I'm sure that he was stabbing that brake, keeping that tractor inside those chalk lines.
Yeah, definitely. He started kind of in the center, and it drifted right pretty hard, so definitely had to get on the brake.
.3 feet, 0.91, 2, 9.3, and 91. For Jason Savanovic and the bootlegger. All right, going over to our super modified 2-wheel drive trucks on our Rural King side. He comes to us from Edgewood, Iowa. Jason Solon in the corn burner. Coming into tonight, he's sitting number 3 in our super modified 2-wheel drive trucks on the Fendt High Stakes Series. He was our Friday night winner in Farley, Iowa. He's also a former points champion in this class, a 2024 points champion. Driving a Dodge Dakota. The corn burner, Jason Solomon. Jason Solomon from the Hawkeye State from Edgewood, Iowa, and the corn burner, the Dodge Dakota. He goes 372 feet, 0.01, 372.01, puts him in the number 5 spot, 372.01. 2 trucks left, Keith Long and the bullseye, and then we'll wrap up our super modified 2-wheel drive trucks with Mikey White and Addiction back over. On our Fendt sled, Sam Brown, Clay, Kentucky. Green with Envy. Of course, Sam's son of Denny Brown. Denny Brown, longtime puller of the Green with Envy. A lot of times now he's handed over the driving duties to his sons. Sam doing the driving tonight. Sam Brown out of Clay, Kentucky. On our Pro Stock side, super modified 2-wheel drive trucks. Keith Long coming out onto the track. Chevrolet called Bullseye. 6 feet. 0.23, 306 and 23 for Sam Brown. Green with envy. So Brent Meyer will continue to lead at 335.37. Here comes our number 2 truck right now. Keith Long, bullseye. Sitting just 4 points behind R.J. Simon, and that Simon says Chevy.
Far left sideline on the grandstand track.
New truck to the Long family. This year, the truck used to reside with the Corzines in Illinois. 353.76, 353.76. Modified two-wheel drive trucks, Mikey White, Lafayette, Tennessee, Addiction. And then we will go to our Mack trailer. A good segue right there, Darren. Speaking of Mack trailer, here comes the Mack Nasty, Mike Connie, Beloit, Ohio. And we want to thank Mike Connie and all of his employees from Mack Trailer for putting on a fantastic event as part of the Mid-America Truck Show in March.
As you roll into the season, sometimes you got to make changes. And Mike, you said it's all about the gearing changes that you've made that are helping you gain on the track. Talk a little bit about how you came to the conclusion and what you guys have been doing.
Well, the first hook we were at, we decided that we need a little more speed down the track, and so we maybe geared things up, and we had a little better luck on the next hook. According to that's all on the track, right? Whether it's a good track, a sandy track. So we found that we changed some gears, and I think we hit a little luck there. But we got tonight to run. We've had a few problems with the intercoolers. We got those fixed. So I think we're hanging in there. We're in the middle of the pack. We're happy. This is a very competitive class, as you know, and you have to be perfect. So we're looking forward to tonight. Let her run a little bit.
A little bit, started over on the right hand side, ended up kind of to the center or the left center.
Two-wheel drive side, Dale Nelson still sitting up top with his forever hooked at 383 and 55. One more truck to take their shot at Dale Nelson.
And Mike Connie, Mack Nasty goes 311.97, 311.97. And Darren, as you mentioned, one truck left, and it's a good runner. It's a former points champion. Mikey White was our points champion in 2022. And he's got the Addiction, Lafayette, Tennessee, or Lafayette, Tennessee is how they pronounce it there. I think Dale and Glenda Nelson got a big old smile on their face. I think they know they're going to be taking home a check back to Altamont, Illinois for $10,000. Mikey White goes 351 and 97, 351.97. So 18 trucks here tonight in the super modified two-wheel drive trucks. We will have our top 5 results here right after we see the pass here from the River Rat. Kevin Masterson, Grandview, Indiana. He started out our Fendt High Stakes Series with a second place finish at West Salem, Ohio. The two Masterson tractors went number 1 and number 2 that night. Tinker Toy went number 2 on night number 1, and Kevin with the Tinker Toy went number 2. Of course, Kevin drove Rob Russell's tractor to the win, the Workhorse Pro. Let's see what he can do on his own tractor here tonight, the River Rat, Grandview, Indiana, part of the Grandview Gangsters. .335 and 37 is where the leader pylon sits. Brent Myers, our current leader. Here comes the River Rat, Grandview, Indiana's Kevin Masterson. Right there for the River Rat. Kevin Masterson, Grandview, Indiana. Will be looking for R.J. Simon up next, driving the Lincoln Diesel Specialties. Getting the distance on Kevin Masterson. I'm going to let you know they are reweighting the sled, the Rural King Decision Maker sled, in anticipation of our final class over here on our announcer side, the Hot Rod Semis. Class of 3, 1, 9, and 50, 319.50. Okay, super modified two-wheel drive trucks. Top 5. For number 5 tonight will go to the Corn Burner, Jason Sullivan, the Dodge Dakota out of Edgewood, Iowa, 372.01. Tanner Nelson, the Midnight Chaos Reloaded, goes number 4, 372.13. Jim Corey, nice pass for Jim, Bedford, Indiana. He's our number 3 truck at 374.99. Evan Anderson playing dirty, Adams, Tennessee, our runner-up, 375.76. And a $10,000 check going home to Altamont, Illinois, and to Dale Nelson, forever hooked. Winning pass of 383.55. Congratulations, Dale Nelson, winner in our super modified two-wheel drive trucks. All right, back over on the Pro Stock tractor side. R.J. Simon, Farley, Iowa. Lincoln Diesel Specialties. Brent Meyer continues to lead. Injected funds. I believe this is Brent Meyer's tractor right here. Lincoln Diesel Specialties. R.J. Simon doing the driving tonight. R.J. from Farley, Iowa. Nice run right there for R.J. Simon, the Lincoln Diesel Specialties out of Farley, Iowa. tractor from Red Granite, Wisconsin. So we've seen RJ tonight in a two-wheel drive truck and a pro stock, and then of course we will see him in a semi as well. 320 and 20. 3
Jim, it's good to see you up here on the podium. You said it was just a little change that you've been struggling with that got you here to the box today.
Yes, we've been struggling with tires, pretty hard on tires and stuff for us, so it's actually running pretty good.
Okay, so how much difference did those tires make to you? You know, we always talk about how you drivers can feel it in the seat of your pants in there. How much difference did it make tonight?
Oh, I could 100% feel just the way that whenever they hooked up and just took off.
So do you feel like there's even more in there now that you figured this out?
Oh, I think there's a lot more there.
So a great night for your team. You finally figured it out. So it's only upwards from here. Congratulations.
Thank you.
They didn't even let you thank your
know,
people,
I
Jim.
know. Hey, it's all good, though. You know what I mean?
We'll get better at it.
Yeah.
Then we'll go to another Peterbilt, Mining for Dollars, Matt Measle, Almont, Michigan.
And then how about a needle nose Peterbilt? Oak Park, Minnesota, Lonnie Saylor, Holy Smokes.
And then we'll wrap it all up from Almont, Michigan with the Peterbilt, Ken Measle and the Mining Mayhem.
All right, that's the order of pulling for our Hot Rod Semis presented by Mack Trailer. The IHRA Pro Pulling League, www.propullingleague.com. You can visit that site and find all the results from the previous events, find our schedule for the 2026 pulling season. You can also go to the homepage and click on a banner at the top that says live results and follow along. All right, let's go back green.
Dale Nelson, you had a super speedy pass out there tonight. What was the big thing that made the difference for you?
Well, we put new tires on, so this is basically our second good pass with them. So first pass I put on with them, I had a points box go bad, so didn't really have no idea. So we was pretty between lost and found, but we found them, so it worked out good for us. So.
Yeah, it sure did. I mean, 383 was just huge. Were you worried about running out of fuel, or if you had extra miles out there?
No, just wondered whether I went far enough to beat Beth and endured.
Well, you did that tonight. Hard-earned victory for you and your team.
Thank you very much.
.6030 out of Nordheim, Texas. Conley Metting in the bull wagon. On a pass of 301.82, 301 feet and 82 for Conley Metting. Hot Rod Semis, Jeromesville, Ohio, Peterbilt, Spencer Rook, he'll be puller number 1 in the Hill Billy Deluxe. Looks like we have the Rural King sled reset, and it comes out onto the track to back into the spot that Spencer Rook has selected. Every puller can bring that sled back exactly where they want it. Now look on the Pro Stock side. It's going way up there on the left chalk line. Our next puller over there will be Industrial Force Jason Rowan. He wants to try some new real estate, so he's going to spot the sled way over on the left-hand side. Meanwhile, Spencer Rook, Hillbilly Deluxe, looks like it's pretty much right smack dab in the middle of the track, Darren.
He'll be the first of our hot rod semis. These trucks come in weighing 20,000 pounds, an 18-inch drawbar, must be stock appearing. Engine must be within 12 inches of the stock position, and the engine must have been available for road use trucks, minimum of 500 production units.
He will be our test puller, our Hypermax test puller. It is the Hillbilly Deluxe. He was our points champion at the conclusion of our pulling season last year, our 2025 points champion. He was also our Friday night winner in Farley, Iowa. He was the runner-up in West Salem, Ohio on Saturday night. So currently sitting number 4 in our Fendt High Stakes Series points this year. He's backing in the sled on our semi side on our Pro Stock tractors. That beautiful John Deere Industrial Force Jason Rowan, Farley, Iowa.
Mark spotted something he didn't like with the Hillbilly Deluxe and ran to the truck.
On the semi side first, our Hypermax Engineering test puller, our option puller Spencer Rook, the Peterbilt out of Jeromesville, Ohio, Hillbilly Deluxe. Fans, that's how we start out our hot rod semis presented by Mack Trailer. $386.44, 386.44. We'll see if we're going to leave the sled set as is and if he's going to take that hook while we're waiting on those decisions.
Runner-up tonight in our super modified two-wheel drive class. Evan, it seemed like lots and lots of long hooks were what it took to win out there. Were you worried about making that long pass and having something detrimental happen to the motor?
Yeah, I mean, that long of a distance, you start worrying about the heat in the engine as well as the amount of fuel in the tank. You try to run these things where they'll perform, but then you also have to worry about how much heat that is going to put on a pass.
Yeah, did you see anything after the pass in that truck?
No, I think we're good. You know, we did a little tuning tonight. We've been soft. The tracks have been needing us to be soft, but we put a little tune up back in it and thought we needed to make a gear change, but once you're going 370, we put it in the big hole.
Yeah, absolutely. So you're saying we can just like turn that wick up just a little bit more maybe?
Maybe a little, just a little.
Congratulations to you and your team.
Thank you. I want to thank IHRA and everything they've done. And Fendt and Ag Revolution, we buy some parts from those guys there in Hopkinsville. Rural King, Mack Trailer, Hot Shots, Apex, SCS, Full Throttle Energy, and Jason, Lake, Trayson, Alan, Josh, Andrew, my wife. She's at home with 2 twins that are both sick, so we're good though.
Yeah, it sure does take a village to make it happen.
Get ready to grow bold. Just like tonight's pullers, dig deep and drag every ounce of power down the track. Fendt pulls hard in the field. The full line of equipment from planting and crop care to land prep and harvesting. Fendt helps farmers push further and perform stronger. Grow bold with the equipment to pull like a champion. Fendt.
Speaking of Fendt, the Make It Happen Fendt from Williamsburg, Ohio. Brian Long will be coming out onto the Pro Stock track.
Sled.
That's right. If you were watching a live stream from Farley, Iowa, or perhaps maybe you were in attendance at 300 Raceway, you would have seen this Fendt tractor take home our Friday night win. Brian Long, Make It Happen out of Williamsburg, Ohio in the Fendt Make It Happen on our Fendt High Stakes Series. And as Darren mentioned, hooking up to the Mungart Motorsports X Factor Fendt sled.
Yeah, this tractor debuted at the National Farm Machinery Show in Louisville, Kentucky back in February, and as Leroy just stated, earned its first win in Farley, Iowa about 2 weeks ago, Leroy? 3 weeks ago?
Well, when we're having so much fun, I lose track of time. Yeah. I think it's 3 weeks ago. Yeah. Side, presented by Lemke Motorsports. The injected funds of Brent Meyer continues to lead 3:35 and 37, 3:35.37. Backed in the sled on our hot rod semis. Ryan DeBrew playing with fire, New Franken, Wisconsin. He will be our test hook since we reset the sled. Spencer Rook went 386 and change, so we tighten up the sled. We're restarting the hot rod semis. Here he comes, Brian DeBrew playing with fire, New Franken, Wisconsin. By Bennett Transportation, driveforbennett.com. Also Cat Reman. Ryan is the fire chief up there in New Franken, Wisconsin. Of course, we saw his son Marshall DeBrew earlier in the evening in our super stock diesel trucks presented by ARP. So since we restarted the class, we will see if we have the Rural King sled set as we want. And then Ryan will have the option of taking that hook or dropping. Make It Happen, the Fendt out of Williamsburg, Ohio. Brian Long on the Pro Stock side. Of Williamsburg, Ohio in the Fendt Make It Happen. Meanwhile, on the hot rod semis presented by Mack Trailer, Ryan DeBrew playing with fire goes 3:18.43, 3:18.43, and he is going to keep that. We're going to leave the sled set as is on the semi side. Ryan DeBrew is going to take that hook, so we are official on our Mack Trailer hot rod semis. On our Pro Stock tractors, 3:19.79, 3:19.79 for Brian Lung, and to Make It Happen.
Mack Trailer Manufacturing of Alliance, Ohio is respected as the nation's foremost manufacturer of dump, flatbed, transfer trailers, and pneumatic tanks. Mack Trailer provides ongoing solutions through high-tech product innovation and advanced engineering capabilities. As a national leader in trailer manufacturing, Mack Trailer serves the industry with a trailer to meet the rigorous demands of your hauling requirements. Let Mack build you the trailer you need with the level of quality you deserve. Experience the excellence of Mack. For more information, please visit macktrailer.com.
All right, on the Mack Trailer Hot Rod Semis, Monty Craigmile, Limitless, Owenton, Kentucky, in the Peterbilt. Craigmile, Owenton, Kentucky in the Peterbilt, the Limitless Peterbilt. 3:18:43 was the mark to beat. .07, 3:28.07. So a new leader on our Hot Rod Semis, presented by Mack Trailer. And speaking of Mack Trailer, over on our Pro Stock side, the Mack Daddy. The second entry from the Mack Trailer pulling team. We saw Mack Nasty, Mike Connie earlier in the class. Here comes Mack Daddy, James Ray, Beloit, Ohio. And Darren, let me be the first one to wish you a good morning. A happy Saturday morning here on the East Coast. We just crossed the midnight hour.
Well, thank you, Leroy. I appreciate it. Good Saturday to you as well.
It's a beautiful morning for tractor and truck pulling, I would say.
Yeah, we might get to do this again later today.
That's right. 6:30 once again on Saturday night for night number 2 at the Darana Motorsports Park. Brent Meyer, Red Granite, Wisconsin, injected funds, continues to lead the Lemke Motorsports Pro Stock class, 3:35.37. Here comes James Ray, Beloit, Ohio. John Deere out of Beloit, Ohio, James Ray. James Ray goes 315 feet, .49315 and 49 on the Pro Stock tractor side. Hot Rod Semi side, Class Act. Chris Wood, Shreve, Ohio. Backing into the Rural King sled. He's a 4-time points champion. 2019, 2021, 2022, and 2024. Coming into our event tonight, he's sitting number 5 in our Fendt High Stakes Series points. Chris Wood, green flag, green light, Shreve, Ohio in the Peterbilt.
Cat Power single Weimer turbo on this truck.
Needs to go in excess of 328 and change to take over that top spot, currently held by Monty Craigmile. 321 and 53. 321.53 for Chris Wood in Class Act. Maximus Prime, the first Mac in our class. We got two of them, Maximus Prime and Maximus Prime 2. Anyway, the first one, Maximus Prime, Joe Bonner, dealer, up next on our Hot Rod Semi side. Meanwhile, Pro Stock Tractor side, the only Cat Challenger in the class. That's Jeremy Smith, Spontaneous Combustion. We have seen Jeremy once tonight. We saw him in the mini rod class. Jeremy Smith's mini rod called Firestorm. His Pro Stock tractor called Spontaneous Combustion. Comes to us from Medina, Ohio. 4 Pro Stock tractors left. Spontaneous Combustion, Jeremy Smith. The Bulletproof Buck, Clint Metting, Patrick Gentry, Tinker Toy. And then we will wrap up the class with our current points leader, Rob Russell, the Workhorse Pro. All right, here we go, going green. Medina, Ohio's Jeremy Smith, Spontaneous Combustion, that beautiful Cat Challenger. Out on the left-hand side, ended up a little bit over here on the right-hand side, cross-tracked it a little bit. Still going to end up short of that leading distance of Brent Myers' injected funds. Laser tells us he went 3:16 and 29, 316 feet, .29. For Jeremy Smith and Spontaneous Combustion. Back on the Hot Rod Semi side, it's that first back, the Maximus Prime. Joe Bonner, Mantua, Ohio. Got a 5th place, a 4th place, a 5th place, and a 2nd place. Currently sitting number 3 in our points coming into tonight. All right, Mac fans, help them out. Take over that top spot, needed to go in excess of 328 and change. He does that and just a little more, 329.85. Your new leader, 329 and 85. So going to the top of the spot right there, top of the leaderboard on our Hot Rod Semis with Maximus Prime, Joe Bonner, Mantua, Ohio. All right, Pro Stock Tractor side, once again, we're going to go to Nordheim, Texas, the Bulletproof Buck. Clint Metting. That beautiful John Deere 830. Clint Metting with the Bulletproof Buck. And then we'll see Patrick Gentry, the Tinker Toy, and then wrap up our Pro Stock Tractor side, Rob Russell, the Workhorse Pro. All right, we're going green. From the Lone Star State, Nordheim, Texas, Clint Metting. John Deere 830. The Bulletproof Buck. All right, the distance for the Bulletproof Buck, 3:08 and 70, 3:08 and 70. All right, tough run at Peterbilt out of Farley, Iowa. This is the winner at the Mack Trailer Winter Nationals inside Freedom Hall in March. He was also won our first 2 events on our Fendt High Stakes Series. We're talking about R.J. Simon and drivers wanted. Coming into tonight, he is our points leader for our Fendt High Stakes Series semi-class. Comes to us from Farley, Iowa, and a Peterbilt called Drivers Wanted. He may be moving that leader pylon once again there, Darren. Needed to go past 329 and 85. Are we moving it? We're going to move it on down the track about 13 feet. New leading distance, 3:42 and 41. That's going to be the new mark to beat. 342 feet, 0.41. I guess that's what you could call taking the lead with authority there, Darren. All right, Pro Stock side, the Tinker Toy. Patrick Gentry, Grandview, Indiana. 4-time national champion. 2018, 2020. Also 2-time back-to-back in 2024 and 2025. When we started our Fendt High Stakes Series, this is winner night number 1. Patrick Gentry doing the driving this evening. Part of the Grandview Gangsters. Currently sitting number 3 in our points. 2 left. Pro Stock side, Patrick Gentry, and then Rob Russell, the Workhorse Pro.
Long tractors, 1 red, 1 green, chasing Brent Myers 335 and 37 with the injected funds.
Man, about the 100 to 150 foot mark, I thought that he might be moving the pylon, the leader pylon, but then that weight box got up to the top of the rail and that pan dropped, and that sled had other ideas. 320 and 11, 320.11. Semi-side, we saw Maximus Prime earlier. Here's Maximus Prime number 2, Dale Francis, our 2017 points champion. Coming into tonight, he's sitting number 2 in points, just 2 points behind R.J. Simon, the Maximus Prime 2. Dale Francis, Paynesville, Ohio. Mac fans, here's your last opportunity. Our Saturday night winner from Farley, Iowa. Can he be our Friday night winner in Benson, North Carolina? not going to get her done tonight. Not going to get to that top spot tonight for the Maximus Prime number 2.
That Max sure sounded good, though, Leroy.
Of course. E 25.83, 325.83. So that'll bring us to our final Pro Stock competitor. And as Darren mentioned, a very good one. In fact, it's so good, it is our current leader in our 2026 Fendt High Stakes Series. Rob Russell, the Workhorse Pro. Now, this will be the first time Rob's actually driving it in the series. Kevin Masterson has been doing the driving. Kevin drove it to a win, a Saturday night win in Farley, Iowa. Rob Russell comes to us from Prescott, Iowa. So we've had 4 events so far for our Pro Stock tractors. 3 of them we got in, 1 of them got rained out. So of the 3 events, tractors taking home a 6th place, a 4th place, and a 1st place. You know, if you remember earlier in the evening, the final hook in our super modified tractors with the Brett Berg took home the $10,000 check. Can we repeat history? Will the final hook in our Pro Stock tractors presented by Lemke Motorsports take home the $10,000 check right now? Brent Meyer, injected funds, is sitting at the top of the class. Leader pylon sits at 3, 3, 5, and 37. That beautiful candy apple red paint job on his Case IH out of Prescott, Iowa. Let's go green one last time on our Pro Stock tractors presented by Lemke Motorsports. The Workhorse Pro out of Prescott, Iowa, Rob Russell. And Brent Meyer lets out a huge sigh of relief. Rob Russell needed to go in excess of 335. .32, 322 feet, .32. So Brent Meyer will be taking home the $10,000 check for our Friday night win here at Darana Motorsports Park in Benson, North Carolina. Winning pass of 335.37. We'll have our results from our Pro Stock tractors, 18 of them here tonight. First, let's go to Almont, Michigan. Matt Measle, mining for dollars.
Big time dedicated pullers, Leroy. In between the Darana Dragway 42 High Stakes Series and the Farley, Iowa High Stakes Series, I went to a local pull put on by the Thumb Tractor Pullers, our local organization, and the Measles were there. They were running a stock semi, and then they were running a 4.1 semi. So it was pretty cool to see those guys competing on a local level, and I think they ended up maybe winning both of those classes. So very competitive semis here.
Well, if they want to be competitive tonight, need to go in excess of 342. Here we go. Mining for dollars, Matt Measle, Almont, Michigan. Those red fenders are sharp. I like those. Goes 332.50, 332 feet, .50 for the Mining for Dollars Peterbilt. All right, 2 semis left. Lonnie Saylor, Holy Smokes, Oak Park, Minnesota. And in Mining Mayhem, Ken Measle, Almont, Michigan. Oh, yeah, and then we also had Hillbilly Deluxe, Spencer Rook. I forgot where you reset the sled because he went like 386 feet. So, yeah, we have 3 of them left. All right, our Pro Stock Tractors just concluded. 5th place tonight. I'll go to Brandon Simon, Farley, Iowa. Loud and Heavy, 320 and 81. Our number 4 tractor, Rob Russell, Prescott, Iowa, the Workhorse Pro. He goes 322.32. Number 3, the new Generation Plus, Esden Lemke, Helenville, Wisconsin, 323.69. Runner-up, Jason Round, Farley, Iowa, the 8R John Deere, 324.17. And our winner, Brent Meyer, Injected Funds, Red Granite, Wisconsin, winning hook, 335 and 37. Congratulations, Brent Meyer, taking home the $10,000 check for our Friday night win at Darana Motorsports Park in Benson, North Carolina. And our Pro Stock Tractors presented by Winnfield Motorsports. Needle Nose Peterbilt.
It seemed like tonight, Jason, that the early hook was the place to be, and I know that's not what anybody's looking for here in the class.
Yeah, you know, if I was a betting man, I wouldn't have bet that was going to go down like that, but we made a good pass, and I wanted to focus on the yellow one, and, you know, we're right up there with points, but I left everybody down with that one. We didn't get a good hit, so, but we'll take a second.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what it's really about. It's about using those 2 tractors to your advantage to put yourself up here with the ability to talk to me at the end of the night.
Yeah, it's good, and we just thought we would, you know, it sucks we were back with the yellow one, but we thought we'd try a spot at the track, and it was either a 0 or a hero, and I think we were a 0. So
there's always tomorrow. You always get a second shot at it then.
Yeah, there's a lot left, so we'll be here tomorrow.
Off that top spot, needed to go in excess of 342 and change. I think he might have. He did, yeah. We're going to put the pylon at 350 feet, .02. 350.02. That Needle Nose Peterbilt going to the top of the Hot Rod Semi class with 2 to go. We saw Matt Measle mining for dollars. Next up will be Ken Measle, Mining Mayhem, Almont, Michigan. Another Peterbilt. We do know a Peterbilt's going to win. Is it going to be the Peterbilt that's currently leading, Lonnie Saylor, or the Peterbilt from Mining Mayhem, Ken Measle, or perhaps the Peterbilt of Spencer Rook, Hillbilly Deluxe? Don't forget, we do this all again. We would love to see you guys back here in the stands later on today, 6:30 this evening for night number 2 at the Darana Motorsports Park here in Benson, North Carolina, of our Fendt High Stakes Series.
Ken Measle, we saw his son Matt out here a few moments ago, and this is the Mining Mayhem. Caterpillar-powered single Weimer turbo. His crew, Jason Hill and Bree, sponsors Ken Measle Supply. They're in the sand and gravel business in Almont, about 40 minutes straight north of downtown Detroit.
Well, folks, if you remember, if you were here earlier this evening, our very first class of the night over here on our announcer site is the 9,500-pound limited Pro Stock Tractors. And Patrick Payne from Finger, Tennessee had a few issues. He only went 73 feet, 73.59. Well, he wants to make a exhibition hook. Went to the pits and did some tinkering on his tractor and wants to make an exhibition hook. So he's going to make an exhibition pass over on the X Factor, the Fendt sled. Mining Mayhem. We saw Matt Measle with that beautiful red Peterbilt. Here is Ken Measle in the green Peterbilt, also from Almont, Michigan. Leader pylon now sits at 350 feet. That needle-nosed Pete, Lonnie Saylor. Holy Smokes is the current leader. Ken Measle, Almont, Michigan, Mining Mayhem. .61 for Ken Measle, 331.61.
So tonight for you, as in, it was really coming out of the hole nice and clean that really put you up here.
Yeah, like I thought I came out really fast. Like first 200 feet felt really good. I was kind of getting a little close to the right sideline and tapped the brake. And last 120 feet I kind of bounced, but felt really good about the pass, and I couldn't be happier to be up here.
Yeah, it's really exciting when you got a field like this. It's really this tough when you can be on the podium.
Oh yeah, I mean we got 20 really good running tractors back there, and I'm just happy to be up here.
You also have a pretty good-looking crew here supporting you this weekend too.
Yep. I mean, we had a lot of fun coming down here, and it's always a blast with my crew. And I gotta thank every single one of them. And we would not be doing this if it was not for those guys. So
yeah, a great group. They're kind of rowdy too. Keep your eye on them.
Gonna go green one last time. Hillbilly Ducks, Spencer Rooks, Jeromesville, Ohio. Needs to go in excess of 350 feet. 350.02 is where the pylon sits. I think Lonnie Saylor also just breathed the big sigh of relief.
That was fast. That was no replay there. So big win for you tonight, Brent. I know you're excited to talk to me, that interviewing is your favorite part of this whole process. But really tonight, it felt like you got a nice fast run.
Yeah, we had an early hook, and I didn't think it was going to take and be what we needed, but it held up or whatever, had a heck of a hole shot or whatever, waited right, and we made a few adjustments here in the last few weeks or whatever with the tractor, and I think that's paying off, and it's definitely coming around.
Yeah, you keep doing that, you're going to have to keep talking to me. So you're going to have to brush up on your interview skills here. But I really do think, it's all the hard work, it's all the time, the energy, the innovations that you put into trying to make this tractor better.
Yeah, for sure. I can't take and thank Jim Brisky enough or whatever. He is a huge, huge help to making these things run the way they do. Driving 20 hours down, I decided that I would just fly down, and he's just a great guy. He takes care of everything. Brent Martin at home or whatever to help Jim out. Jeremy at home. My brother Brandon that's here. My nephews or whatever. Owen, Bryson, Lauren at home. Got to thank Riverside Engines, Chad Mayhill, Weimer Fuel. And definitely Lauren, my other half, whatever, at home too, that deals with this or whatever and holds the fort down when we're out having a little bit of fun.
You got that in there twice. You hear that? A little celebration.